So hi everyone, in this video you will find very useful MACT level questions which are very important for the examination. So if you are preparing for MACT examination, and I will recommend you to watch this video till end to solve and practice these questions. These questions will really help you in the examination. Apart from that, you can watch the other videos which are given in the description of this video that are also very helpful for the examination. If you want to prepare fully for the exam, please check out Crack You Mocks which are given by thousands of students, and that will help you in the examination.
There are 8436 balls, each with a radius of 1 centimeter, stacked in a pile with one ball on top, 3 balls in the second layer, 6 in the third layer, 10th in the fourth, and so on. First layer contains only one ball, then second layer contains 3 balls, then third layer contains 6 balls, 5 and 6, and fourth layer contains 10 balls, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. This is first layer, second layer, third layer, and fourth layer. So 1, 3, 6, and 10. So if first layer is 1, second layer is 3, third layer is 6, and fourth layer is 10. So kth layer, let's say there is some layer k, kth layer will have k into k plus 1 by 2 balls. Because if you see, if you put k is equal to 1, the number of balls will be 1, because this is certainly the sum of first k natural numbers. 6 is the sum of first 3 natural numbers, 10 is the sum of first 4 natural numbers. So kth layer, so if fourth layer has sum of first 4 natural numbers, then kth layer will have sum of first k natural number balls. Determine the number of horizontal layers in the pile. So we have to determine the number of horizontal layers in the pile, and we are given that there are total 8436 steel balls. So 8436 balls are there for us. Now the total number of balls is 8436. So 1 plus 3 plus 6 plus 10 plus 15 plus 21 plus up till dash 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 till k into k plus 1 by 2 is basically equal to 8436. What I can say, the sum of k into k plus 1 by 2 from k is equal to 1 to k is equal to n is equal to 8436. If I say there are n layers, so from k is equal to 1 to k is equal to n, summation of k into k plus 1 by 2 is equal to 8436. What I can do is, basically I can just solve this out. I can take this 2 common. This will become summation of k square plus k from k is equal to 1 to n is equal to 8436 multiplied by 2 will be equal to 16872. Now summation of k square from k is equal to 1, sum of the squares of the first n natural numbers is equal to k into k plus 1 into k plus 1 divided by 6. Now there are n natural numbers, so it will be n into n plus 1 into 2n plus 1 divided by 6, plus sum of first k natural numbers, it will be k into k plus 1 by 2. You have to find up till n, so it will be equal to n into n plus 1 by 2. This is equal to 16872. Now you can take 6 as the LCM, and you can take n into n plus 1 common. If you take 6 as the LCM, this will be 2n plus 1 plus this is 2, and there is no further term left, so this will be plus 3. This is equal to 16872. So this will be equal to 2n plus 4. So if I further solve this up, this will be equal to n into n plus 1 into, if I take 2 common, so it will become n plus 2. 2 divided by 6 will be 1 by 3, and this 3 I can take to the right hand side. So this can be written as 2 into n plus 2, and this 2 and this 6 will be cancelled, so this will become 1 by 3. So n into n plus 1 into n plus 2 will be equal to 16872 multiplied by 3. So 16872 into 3. So this is equal to, if I use the calculator now, 16872 into 3 is equal to 50616. So n into n plus 1 into n plus 2 is equal to 50616. Now we have, we can solve the cubic equation, but instead it is suggested to basically use the options. There are 4 options given, and we'll use the options value now. Now n is equal to 32, 36, 34, 24 and 96. So 24 into 25 into 26 will be a very small number. This will be equal to 24 into 25 is 600 and 600 into 26 is 15600. So E cannot be our answer. Similarly, if we do 96, what will happen is basically this 24 with 24 is 24 into 25 into 26. Now this is equal to 15600. Now if we use 96, what will happen? This is 4 into 24. 96 is 4 into 24 into 97 into 98. Now this number will definitely be greater than 4 times 15600 because 24 into something is 15600. So 4 into 24 into some number which is much greater than 25 into 26. So that number will be also be much greater than 4 into 15600. Now 4 into 15600 is 60400. So for this 96 into 97 into 98 will be much greater number. It will be a 6-digit number, and we have the restriction of basically we have to find out 50616. So thus we can say 96 and 24 both cannot be the answers. Now we have 32, 34 and 36. Which options we have to check? So what we'll do, we'll check 32, 34 and 36. So we have 32, 34 and 36. So 32 into 33 into 34. This is 35904. This is not correct. And we have 34 into 35 into 36. This is 42840, not correct. 36 into 37 into 38. 50616. So n is equal to 36 will be satisfying our equation. And if n is equal to 36 is satisfying the equation, our correct answer will be option B, which is n is equal to 36. What number must be added to 16a square minus 12a to make it a perfect square? So 16a square minus 12a, we have to add some number here so that it becomes a perfect square. So what we'll do, I'll assume the number is of the form ma plus n ka whole square. This number will be m square a square plus 2man plus n square. Because certainly we'll get a number, we'll get an equation in, let's say the equation can be of 6a plus 11. So it will be an equation something like this, where m and n will be some numbers, and if we consider that equation ma plus n and square it, we should get this one. Now m square a square plus 2man plus n square. So what we'll do, if I compare this with this equation, so m square a square, I can write this as 16a square. I am comparing the coefficients, I am comparing each term. So m square a square is equal to 16a square. This a square get cancelled, and m can be equal to plus minus 4. Now we have minus 12an. So 2man we can write as minus 12a. Now we have m as plus minus 4. So 2 into plus minus 4 into a will get cancelled into n is equal to minus 12. So what I can say is n will be equal to plus minus 3 by 2. If we solve this equation, 2 into 4 is 8 and 12 divided by 8 is 1.5, which is 3 by 2. So n is equal to plus minus 3 by 2. Now we have to find this constant number. We have to find some number which we have to add this in the equation, that will become a perfect square. So this number will be equal to n square. So let's say if this number is k, this k will be equal to n square. Thus I can write k is equal to n square, and what is n? N is plus minus 3 by 2. Now this plus minus won't matter because it is square, so thus k will be equal to 9 by 4. Thus if we add 9 by 4 into that equation, what will happen? This will become a perfect square, and therefore option A, 9 by 4 is the correct answer. Gajodhar throws two ordinary dice simultaneously. What is the probability that he shall get two numbers whose product will be an even number? So we need the product to be even. So let's say there are two numbers a, b, we need it to be even. So what can happen? Either one of them is even, or both are even. Either one of them is even and both are even. Let's say I'll assume let's say a is the number which comes on the first die, and assume all the cases for it. So on first die the number can be a is equal to 1. Now since a is an odd number, the number on the other die, which is b, it should be an even number. So the possible cases for b is b is equal to 2, b is equal to 4, and b is equal to 6. So thus there are three cases. Now if a is equal to 2, Now A is an even number, thus B can be even or odd both, because ultimately since A is even, the product of A and B will be even only. So B is equal to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and 6. So that's 6 numbers. Now A is equal to 3. What will happen? Again A is odd. So the possible numbers similar to A is equal to 1 will be B is equal to 2, 4 and 6. Thus there are 3 cases. Then we have A is equal to 4. Here again, since A is even, the product will always be even regardless of the value of B. So B is equal to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and 6. So there are 6 cases. Then we take A is equal to 5. So again, A is odd numbers. So the possible values of B is 2, 4 and 6. And A is 6. Since A is even, the regardless of any value of B, B can be even and odd. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and 6. So thus there are 3 cases for this and 6 for this. Thus there are favorable outcomes, which is favorable outcomes is 3 plus 6 9 plus 3 12 plus 6 18 plus 3 21 plus 6 27. So favorable outcomes is 27. And what are the total outcomes? Die 1 has 6 outcomes, which is 1 2 3 4 5 6, and die 2 can also have 6 possible outcomes. So 1 2 3 4 5 6. So total number of outcomes will be 6 into 6, which is 36. This probability will be equal to favorable outcomes divided by the total outcomes. And what is the favorable outcomes? Favorable outcomes is 27. And what are the total outcomes? Total outcomes is 36. Thus I can write probability will be equal to 3 by 4. And therefore the correct answer for this question will be option E, 3 by 4. What number shall you get in the unit digit on solving the following problem? So we have 6374 into 1 to the power 1793 multiplied by 625 to the power 317 multiplied by 341 to the whole power 491. So what we have to look at here closely is basically the unit digit of each number. So if there is any number which is ending with 4 and the power is odd, it will be a number, it will be some number whose unit digit is 4. Any number whose unit digit is 4 and the power is odd, the resultant number will also be some number whose unit digit will be 4. Similarly, if there is any number whose unit digit is 5 and any number is the power, if the unit digit of the resultant number will be 5. Also, any number with unit digit 1, the power and even and doesn't matter, the resultant number will also be an number whose unit digit will be 1. Thus, if we consider what will be the unit digit of this number, the unit digit of this number will be something like 4, some number ending with 4. For second, it will be some number ending with 1, and for third number, some number ending with 5, and for the third one, it will be some number ending with 1. So this will be 4 into 5 into 1. Now this 4 multiplied by 5 multiplied by 1, this will be equal to, if we consider the unit digit, so 4 into 5 is 20, 20 into 1 is 20. So this number will be something like this, whose unit digit will be 0. Because if you see 4 into 5 is 20, 20 into 1 is 20, so 0, and the 2 will get carried over to the second digit, which is the 10th digit. So ultimately what we can say is unit digit will be 0, and therefore option A, 0 is the correct answer. Choose the correct option that should come next in the series given below. So we have 2, then we have 1, then we have 1 by 2, then we have 1 by 4, and we have to find out the next number. So from 2 to 1, what we are doing is we are multiplying by 1 by 2. Then from 1 to 1 by 2, we are again multiplying by 1 by 2. Then from 1 by 2 to 1 by 4, again we are multiplying by 1 by 2. From 1 by 4 to reach till this number, we are again multiplying it by 1 by 2. 1 by 4, we are multiplying it by 1 by 2, and thus we are getting the final number. So this final number, let's say if this is k, k will be equal to 1 by 4 multiplied by 1 by 2. That implies k will be equal to 1 by 8. Next number for this series will be option E, which is 1 by 8. In this question, it is given that MAHCET invested an amount of rupees 13,900 divided into two different schemes, A and B, at the simple interest rate of 14% per annum and 11% per annum respectively. So there are two schemes, A and B. The 13,900 is divided into two schemes. So I can say in the first scheme, let's say the number is X, and the second scheme, the amount is 13,900 minus X. Now the rate of interest for A is 14% and for B it is 11% per annum, and the time period for both is 2 years. 2 years and 2 years. The total amount of simple interest earned in 2 years is 3508. So this is the amount as interest which we are getting. Then determine the amount invested in scheme B by Archit. So scheme B, we have to find out the value of 13,900 minus X. Now, the formula for this is, for simple interest, is P into R into T by 100. So this is my principal, this is my rate of interest, and this is my time period. This is 2 years. 2 years and 2 years. Now, P into R into T divided by 100. The simple interest will be equal to, what is P? P is X into R 14% into T, which is 2 divided by 100, plus 13,900 minus X for the scheme B into R, which is 11, and which is T is 2 years, so 11 into 2 divided by 100. So this is equal to total 3508. Now we have 14 into 2 divided by 100 is 0.28x. So 0.28x plus 13,900 into 22. This will be roughly around 0 will get cancelled. It will be equal to 139 into 22, and this will be equal to 2780 plus 278. So 2780 plus 278. This will be equal to 3058. So 3058 minus 0.22x. This is equal to 3508. 0.28 minus 0.22x is 0.06x, and 3508 and 3058 will take it to the right hand side. So this will be equal to 450. I'll remove this decimal and multiply the right hand side by 100, and thus x will come out as 7500. Remember, we don't have to find the value of x, we have to find out the value of 13,000 minus x. 13,900 minus x, because it is asking for scheme B. Thus 13,900 minus x, x is 7,500, so 13,900 minus 7,500, this is equal to 6,400. So 64 is the amount invested in scheme B, and therefore option A, rupees 6,400, is the correct answer. If a certain wheel turns at a constant rate of x revolutions per minute, so in 1 minute, or I can say in 60 seconds, it is taking x revolutions. Thus I can say in 1 second it will take x by 60 revolutions. We have to find out how many revolutions will the wheel make in k seconds. So we have to find out in k seconds. So if in 1 second it is x by 60, so in k seconds it will be equal to kx by 60 revolutions, kx by 60 revolutions, and therefore number of revolutions in k seconds will be kx divided by 60, which is option A, and thus it will be the correct answer. Read the question given below and choose the option that is sufficient to answer the question. What is the monthly rent for a certain apartment? We are given two statements. We have to check which either of the two statements, or both of the two statements, or neither of the two statements are enough to survive to basically answer the question or not. So for statement 1, it is saying the monthly rent per person for 4 people to share the rent for the apartment is 375. So for one person it is $375. Thus for 4 persons it will be equal to $375 into 4, which is roughly equal to $1,500, and this will be the overall rent of the apartment. Overall rent of the apartment will be $1,500. So I can say statement 1 is enough to answer the question. Let's look at statement 2. Statement 2 is saying the monthly rent per person for 4 people to share the rent. So for 4 people to share the rent, the monthly rent per person, let's say this is P. So 4P, it is $125 less than the monthly rent per person for 3 people. So if my monthly rent per person was P initially, so if now 3 people are sharing, it will be $125 more, because this P, this monthly rent per person P, this is $125 less than the monthly rent per person when sharing among 3 people. So for this, when sharing among 3 people, the monthly rent will be equal to P plus 125. You can also understand this logic by saying, let's say there are 60 chocolates and you have to divide it among 4 people. So now you will each person will get 15 chocolates. Now if the number of people are reduced, let's say there are 3 people, each person will be getting 20 chocolates. 60 divided by 3, which is 20 chocolates. So thus if the number of people are getting reduced, the rent or the number of chocolates got will be more. So thus the rent will be equal to P plus 125. And since there are 3 people, the total rent will be equal to 3 into P plus 125. Now, since the rent in both the cases is same, 4p and 3 into p plus 125, so since both of them are equal, so 4p is equal to 3p plus 375. So 4p is equal to 3p plus 375, and therefore I can say p is equal to 375. Now, again, overall rent will be, we can just substitute the value of p in any of the two equation, and we'll get overall rent is equal to $4 into 375, which is equal to $375, 750, $1,500. So thus again we are able to figure out the rent of the overall rent of the apartment, and therefore I can say option D, each statement alone is sufficient to answer the question. Some coins are to be put into 7 pockets so that each pocket contains at least 1 coin. At most 3 of the pockets are to contain the same number of coins, and no 2 of the remaining pockets are to contain an equal number of coins. So there are 3 pockets which will have same number of coins, and the remaining 4 pockets will have different number of coins. And this should be different for all 5. Like these 4 pockets, let's say there are A, then in the third pocket will be B, C, D and E. And the 3 pockets, the first 3 pockets can be of the same. What is the least possible number of coins needed for the pocket? So let's say there are 7 pockets, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 and 7. Now, if we have to find out the least possible numbers, what we have to do is basically we have to consider the least possible numbers which can be given to each pocket. Now, let's say these are the 3 pockets which have same coins. So what will happen if I give 2 coins to each of them? So this will be equal to 6, and now the fourth one I give 1, because now the numbers need to be different. So 6 plus 1 7, and now I'll give 3 10, 10 plus 4 14, 14 plus 5 19. Now instead what I'll do is I'll give 1 coin to all of these. So 1 coin to the first 3 pockets, then to the second one I'll give 2 coins, then third one I'll give 3 coins, then fourth one 4 coins, and fifth one is 1 2 3 4 and 5 coins. So now each pocket has different number of coins except the 3 which have same number of coins, and the sum will be minimum possible, because this 3's total will be the minimum possible total in this case. Thus the total will be equal to 3 plus 5 8, 8 plus 9 17. So thus 17 is the least number of coins which is required in order to fill all the pockets, or in order to fill all the conditions or criteria, and therefore I can say option A, which is 17, is the correct answer. Vijay buys some egg. After bringing the eggs home, he finds 2 to be rotten and throws them away. So let's say he is bringing n eggs. Now he found 2 to be rotten. So 2 are rotten, and thus he throws them away. So he's left with n minus 2 eggs now. Now the remaining eggs, he puts 5/9 in his fridge. So 5/9, 5 by 9 of n minus 2, this is going to fridge, and brings the rest to his mother. So the rest to his mother, Rashmi's house. So rest, this is Rashmi's house. So rest to his mother. So this is 4 by 9 into n minus 2. This is coming to Rashmi's house. She cooks 2 eggs and put the rest in her fridge. So out of this, he cooks 2 eggs. He cooks 2 eggs and put the rest in her fridge. So this will be 4 by 9 into n minus 2 minus 2. So this is what it is going in the fridge. So 4 by 9 into n minus 2 minus 2, these are the number of eggs which are going to the fridge. If a fridge cannot hold more than 5 eggs, so this number, this fridge cannot hold more than 5 eggs. So this fridge can hold at most 5 eggs. So this will be always less than or equal to 5. What is the maximum possible number of eggs bought by Vijay? So thus I can say this number will always be less than or equal to 5. So 4 by 9 into n minus 2 will be less than or equal to 5. So thus 4 by 9 into n minus 2 less than or equal to 7. N minus 2 less than or equal to 7 into 9 by 4, which is 63 divided by 4, which is 18.75. So n minus 2 is less than or equal to 18.75, and therefore n is less than or equal to 20.75. Thus this is our final equation. N is less than or equal to 17.75. I'll just write this again. N is less than or equal to 17.75. Now we have to do certain more considerations. So first of all, if this is the number which is going to the fridge, this should be an integer number. this should be an integer number. Why? Because certainly if there are eggs which are going to the fridge, it should be the number of eggs should be an integer number. So thus I can write, first of all, 5 by 9 into n minus 2. This should be integer. Thus what I can say is this n minus 2 should be a multiple of 9, because then only 9 will be get cancelled. So I can write n minus 2 should be equal to 9k. 9 into some 9 multiplied by some constant number. So n minus 2 is equal to 9k. Thus n will be equal to 9k plus 2. Now n will be equal to 9k plus 2. Now if we put the values of k, we'll get n is equal to, if we put k is equal to 1, we are getting 9 plus 2, 11. K is equal to 2, we'll get 20. K is equal to 3, 29, and certainly some numbers like this. But we have one more condition, which is n should be less than equal to 17.75. So this 20, 29 or all these further numbers can never be the answer, and therefore I can say n should be equal to 11, which is the maximum number of eggs that Amish could have bought. Therefore I can say the correct answer for this question will be option A, 11. Because even if you now consider that, let's say 11 were the eggs, 2 were rotten means 9 were the remaining ones. Out of this 9, 5 by 9, which is 5, is going to the fridge and 4 is coming to Rashmi's house. Now 4, out of this 4, she cooks 2 eggs, so thus 2 more are remaining. If you put n is equal to 11 here, final value will be equal to 2. And 2 is going to the fridge, which is less than or equal to 5. So therefore option A, 11 will be the correct answer. How many isosceles triangles with integer sides are possible such that sum of the two sides is 12? So there is isosceles triangle, which means we have the sides like A and B. Those two sides will be equal. So there are now two cases possible. The first case is sum of both the equal sides is equal to 12. That is case 1, when A plus A is equal to 12. And case 2, second case will be when sum of two unequal sides is equal to 12. So I can write A plus B is equal to 12. Now if A plus A is equal to 12, what I can say is A is equal to 6. Now A is equal to 6. Now we want sum of two sides to be greater than the third side. So certainly what we want is sum of A plus A should be greater than B. A plus A should be greater than B. So we can write B should be less than 2A or B should be less than 12. Thus the possible values which B can take is B is equal to 1, B is equal to 2, B is equal to 3, and up till B is equal to 11. So there are 11 possible values which B can take. Certainly we want one more thing, which is A plus B should be greater than A. A plus B, that is sum of the two other pairs of sides, should be greater than A. But in this, what we'll get is B greater than 0, and which is covered in all these cases, B 1 to 11, or in all the cases B is greater than 0. Thus there are 11 triangles possible when the sum of two sides is equal, sum of two equal sides is equal to 12. Now let's say sum of two unequal sides is equal to 12. So what I can write is B is equal to 12 minus A. Now using this similar logic, which is if I use the logic A plus B should be greater than A, thus I can write B should be greater than 0. Therefore what I can say is 12 minus A should be greater than 0 and A should be less than 12. A should be less than 12. Now also using the second one, which is A plus A is greater than B. So A plus A should be greater than B. And what is B? B is 12 minus A. So 12 minus A. Thus I can write 3A is greater than 12, or I can write A is greater than 4. Thus using both these conditions, that is A greater than 4 and A less than 12, I can get A is equal to 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Thus there are 7 cases possible. Now if you closely look, in this there will be a case when A is equal to 6, B is equal to 6, and the third side, which is A is equal to 6. So there will be one equilateral triangle in this. When in this diagram, in this case, if we consider A is equal to 6, what we'll get? We'll get B is equal to 6 as well. So thus we'll get another triangle which is A is equal to 6, A is equal to 6, and B is equal to 6. So again equilateral triangle with same dimensions. So this equilateral triangle is counted twice in both the cases. It is counted twice, one times in each case, sorry. Thus I can write total number of triangles. Total triangles will be number of triangles in first case, which is 11, number of triangles in second case, which is 7, minus one equilateral triangle which is counted twice. So we have to subtract that. So 11 plus 7 minus 1. So 11 plus 7 is 18, 18 minus 1 is 17, and therefore total number of triangles is 17. And therefore I can say the correct answer for this will be option B, which is 17. A student is standing with a banner at the top of a 100-meter high college building. From a point on the ground, the angle of elevation of the top of the student is 60 degrees, and from the same point, the angle of elevation of the top of the tower is 45 degrees. Okay. So let's say this is some building, and on top of on this is 100-meter first of all, and on top of this there is one student who is standing. Now elevation to the top of the student is 60 degrees. This is 60 degrees, and elevation to the top of the tower is 45 degrees. So this is elevation to the top of the tower is 45 degrees. So what we can do, we can apply the Pythagoras theorem, because this is theta, and let's say the height of the student is basically h. So firstly, if I apply this in this triangle, that is this one, I can write 100 upon h, which is perpendicular upon base, is equal to 1045, which is equal to 1. Thus I can write h will be equal to 100 meters. Sorry, 100 upon d. Let's say this is d, this is not h. So 100 upon d, 100 upon d is equal to 1, and thus d is equal to 100 meters. Now if you apply on this triangle, what we'll get is basically h plus 100 divided by d is equal to 1060 degrees, and therefore I can write what is h plus 100. H we have to find out. So h plus 100 divided by d is 100 is equal to root 3. So thus h plus 100 will be equal to 100 into root 3, which is 100 into 1.732, which is 173.2, and thus I can write height of the student will be 73.2 meters. So height of the student is 73.2 meters, and therefore I can say the correct answer will be option D, which is 73.2 meters. Pipe A, B and C are kept open and together fill a tank in T minutes. Pipe A is kept open throughout, pipe B is kept open for the first 10 minutes and then closed. So pipe A is kept open for all T minutes. Pipe B is just kept open for 10 minutes and then closed 2 minutes after pipe B is closed. Let's say 2 minutes after pipe B is closed, that is after the 12 minutes passes from the start. Pipe C is open and is kept open till the tank is full. So tank is full in T minutes and it is open at 12 minutes. So thus at the end of 12 minutes. So pipe C is open for T minus 12 minutes. Each pipe fills an equal share of the tank. Each pipe is filling an equal share of the tank. Furthermore, it is known that if pipe A and B are kept together, so A and B are kept open continuously, the tank would be completely filled in 10 minutes. So let's say first look at this part, which is each pipe fills an equal share of the tank. So if let's say this is the tank, which is V volume, and each part is equally shared, so thus I can say A is filling V by 3, B is filling V by 3, and C is filling V by 3. Thus volume filled is V by 3 by A, V by 3 by B, and V by 3 by C. Now this is time, this is volume. We can find out the efficiency. So efficiency for A will be V upon 3T, because V by 3 divided by T. Efficiency of V will be for B will be V by 30, and efficiency for C will be V by 3 into T minus 12. So these are the efficiencies for A, B and C. Now we are furthermore given one more thing, which is the last part of it. If furthermore it is known that if pipe A and B are kept open continuously, the tank would be completely filled in T minutes. So the tank will be filled in T minutes if A and B are open continuously. So thus I can say this combined efficiency, which is V by 3T of A plus V by 30 of B, combined efficiency, open for T minutes, it will fill the entire tank, which is the volume V. So this V and V will get cancelled, and thus what I'll get is T into 1 by 3T is 1 by 3 plus T by 30, this will be equal to 1. This 1 by 3 will take to the right hand side, so we'll get T by 30 is equal to 1 minus 1 by 3, which is 2 by 3, and thus I can write T is equal to 20 minutes. T is equal to 20 minutes. Now efficiency for A, B and C will be, A will be equal to V upon 3T, so V by 60 will be the efficiency of A, V by 30 will be the efficiency of B, and for C it will be T is equal to 20, so 20 minus 12 is 8, and thus the efficiency for C will be V by 24. Now we need to find out how long will it take for C alone to fill the tank. So what is the formula for this? For time taken by C will be volume to be filled, which is V divided by efficiency of C. What is the efficiency of C? Efficiency of C is V by 24. So V divided by V by 24. The second say time taken by C alone to fill the tank will be equal to 24 minutes. And therefore I can write option B, which is 24 minutes, is the correct answer. How many integer solutions exist for the equation 11x plus 15y minus 1 such that both x and y are less than 100? So if I write 11x plus 15y is equal to minus 1 and I want x comma y to be less than 100. I'll use hit and trial method. What I'll do, I'll keep on checking the values of x and y to ultimately get to values which gives me integer values for both x and y. So if I put y is equal to 8, my x will be 15 into 8 is 120 and minus 1 minus 120 is minus 121. So 11x will be equal to minus 121. So I can write x will be equal to minus 11. Now you might know one property that when coefficients of x and y are co-prime numbers, the y will increase by the coefficient of x. If y is increasing by the value of y is increasing by the coefficient of x, the value of x will be decreasing by the coefficient of y. Similarly, if the value of y is decreasing by the coefficient of x, the value of x will be increasing by the coefficient of y. What I meant to say is, what is the coefficient of x? Coefficient of x is 11. And what is the coefficient of y? Coefficient of y is 15. And since there is a plus, so what will happen? If x is increasing, y will decrease. If x is decreasing, y will increase. So if, let's say, if I am saying, and by what will be the added to this value? If I add coefficient of x to it, that is in y you have to add coefficient of x, then from x you have to subtract coefficient of y. Thus what you can say, if in y is equal to 8, if you add coefficient of x which is 11, if y is equal to 8, you add coefficient of x which is 11, so y is equal to 19, you have to subtract coefficient of y from x. So thus coefficient of y is 15, so minus 15, thus x will be equal to minus 26. Similarly, if we follow this pattern, again y will be equal to 8, 19, then 34. So x will be equal to minus 41. You can substitute the value of y is equal to 34 and x is equal to minus 41, and ultimately you will get this answer as minus 1 only. This is plus 11. So this should be, this is plus 19. So this 19 is correct. This should be 30. So if you put the value of y is equal to 30, x will be equal to minus 41. You can substitute y is 30 is 450 and x minus 41, it will give you minus 451. So minus 451 plus 450 is minus 1. Then we have y is equal to 41. Y is equal to 41, x will be minus 56. Then again y we can write 56, y is equal to 52, then 63, then y is equal to 74, then 85, and then y is equal to 96. For all these values of y, we will get an integer value of x which is less than 100, because you can clearly see this value is decreasing. This value is decreasing and this value is increasing. So for every value of y which is less than 100, now beyond 96 we cannot take, because then it will be greater than 100. So for all these cases we can clearly see there will be an integer value of x and it will be less than 100. So thus what is the total number of cases? From 8 to 96 there are in total 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So there are 9 cases possible. So from 8 to 96 there are 9 solutions possible. Now similarly, if this is x is equal to minus 11 and y is equal to, I think, 8. Here what I was doing, I was adding coefficient of, subtracting coefficient of y from x. What if I add coefficient of y to x? So if I add 15, what will happen? This will become x is equal to 15 minus 11, which is 4. And y will be some value which is 8 minus 11. This will be minus 3. Now if you put x is equal to 4, which is 44, and y is equal to minus 3, y is equal to minus 3, you will get 44 minus 45, which is minus 1. Similarly, if you keep on adding 15 in values of x, so x can be 19, then x can be 34, then x can be 49, then x can be 64, then 79, and then 94. So for all these values of x, now x 94, beyond 94 we cannot go. So for all these values, it will have y value which is For here it will be minus 3, then y is equal to minus 14, y is equal to minus 25. So now you can clearly see the y value is decreasing. So every time the y value will be less than 100, and we have considered x cases as well. So there were 9 cases for the first part, and this, since this we have already considered in the first case, so our solution will be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 and 7. So 7 solutions from the second case. So total solution will be 9 plus 7, which is equal to 16. Thus, there are 16 solutions possible for this equation when x and y are integer values and both of them are less than 100, and therefore option D, 16, is the correct answer. One year payment of the servant is rupees 90 plus gift coupon. So 1 year payment for servant is 90 plus, let's say the gift coupon is G, the value of the gift coupon is G rupees, so rupees G. So 90 plus G. The servant leaves after 9 months. So if for 12 months it was 90 plus G, for 1 month it will be 90 plus G divided by 12, and for 9 months it will be 90 plus G divided by 12 into 9. Thus for the 9 months payment will be 3 by 4 into 90 plus G. So this will be his 93 by 4, that is 9 months payment. Servant leaves after 9 months and receives rupees 65 and a gift coupon. So this value 3 by 4 into 90 plus G is equal to 3 by 4 into 90 plus G. This is equal to 65 plus G. Determine the value of the gift coupon. So 3 into 90 is 270 plus 3G will be equal to 4 into 65, which is 260 plus 4G. Now this 3G I can take to the right hand side and 260 I can bring it to the left hand side. So thus I can get G is equal to 10. The value of the gift coupon is 10, and ultimately it is asking to find out the value of the gift coupon. So this will be equal to rupees 10, and therefore option C is the correct answer. In a local election between two candidates, one candidate got 55% of the total valid votes and was declared as a winner. So out of the total valid votes, winner got 55%. Winner got 55%. So this means loser must have got 45% of the valid votes. 15% of the total votes were invalid. Let's say there were 100x votes, 100x with the total votes. If 15% of the total votes were invalid, this means that valid votes is 85% of the 100x. Thus I can say the valid votes, I will represent this as VV, which is equal to 85% of 100x is 85x. So valid votes is 85x. Now, so if the total number of votes polled were 15,200, which means 100x is equal to 15,200, or I can write x is equal to 152. Total number of votes is 15,200, which gives us x is equal to 152. What were the valid votes of the loser? Now, valid votes of the loser is 45% of the valid. Loser valid votes will be 45% of the total valid votes, and total valid votes is 85x. So 45% multiplied by 85x. Thus, this will be equal to 45 by 100 into 85 into 152. We'll put the value of x is equal to 152. We'll use the calculator here. So this is 45 into 85 into 152. Divide by 100. The valid votes of loser will be 5814. Valid votes of loser will be 5814. Loser will get this many valid votes, and therefore option E, 5814, will be the correct answer. A copper wire having a length of 243 meter and diameter of 4 mm was melted to form a sphere. So since it is melted, we have to basically compare the volumes of the two figures, which is sphere and the wire, which is a cylindrical length. Thus I can write pi r square h will be equal to 4 by 3. Let the radius of the sphere is r. So 4 by 3 pi, let's say capital R, 4 by 3 pi capital R cube. Find the diameter of the sphere thus formed. So we have to find out the value of 2r. Now this pi and pi will get cancelled. Now what is r? Diameter is 4 mm, which means radius will be 2 mm. And what I'll do, I'll consider all the dimensions in meters. So 2 mm can be written as 2 into 10 to the power minus 3. So r square into h is 243. So 243, 2 into 10 minus 3 whole square into 243 is equal to 4 by 3 into capital R cube. Now this 2 ka square will be 4, and this 4 and 4 will be cancelled. The 2 square will be 4, 4 and 4 will cancel. So 10 minus 3 to the whole power 2 is 10 minus 6, and this 3 I can take to the left hand side. This will become 729. Thus I can write 729 into 10 to the power minus 6 will be equal to r cube. Taking cube roots both sides, cube root of 729 is 9 and cube root of 10 to the power minus 6 is 10 to the power minus 2. Thus I can write radius will be 9 into 10 to the power minus 2 meter, or what I can say is radius is equal to 9 centimeter. We need to find out the diameter of the sphere form. Thus diameter will be equal to 2r and diameter will be equal to 18 centimeter, and therefore the correct answer will be option C, which is 18 centimeter. Speed of a boat in still water is 5 km per hour. If it takes thrice as much time to go down 20 km upstream as to go the same distance downstream, find the speed of the stream. So B is equal to 5 kmph. We have to find out the value of r, which is the speed of the stream, and it is given that thrice as much time as to go 20 km upstream as to go the same distance downstream. So what is the downstream time? Downstream time will be 20 divided by b plus r, and this upstream time, which is 20 upon b minus r, this is my upstream time. Upstream time is 3 times the downstream time. So 20 upon b minus r will be 3 into 20 upon b plus r. This 20 and 20 get cancelled, and therefore I can say b plus r, which is 5 plus r, is equal to 3 into 5 minus r. Thus 5 plus r will be equal to 15 minus 3r, or 4r is equal to 15 minus 5, which is 10, and r will be equal to 2.5 kilometers per hour. R will be equal to 2.5 kilometers per hour, and therefore I can say the speed of the stream, which is r, will be equal to option B, which is 2.5 kilometers per hour. There are 6 tasks and 6 persons. Task 1 cannot be assigned either to person 1 or person 2. So T1 cannot be assigned to person 1 or cannot be assigned to person 2. Task 2 must be assigned to either person 3 or person 4. So task 2 must be assigned either to person 3 or to person 4. Every person is to be assigned one task. So we have to assign each task to each person. In how many ways can the assignment be done? Thus I can write, if there is T1 and it cannot be allotted to P1 or P2. Let's say task T2 is assigned to P3. Task T2 is assigned to P3. Now T1 cannot be assigned to P1 and P2, and P3 is already occupied with T2. So thus I can say T1 will be assigned to either P4, P5 or P6. So T1 will be assigned to either P4, P5 or P6. So there are 3 ways to assign T1. Now what are the 3 ways to assign T1, and now what are the remaining tasks? Remaining tasks is T3, T4, T5 and T6, and there are 4 people remaining. So 4 tasks need to be arranged among 4 people such that each person is getting one task. The number of ways is 4 factorial ways. So remaining tasks can be assigned in 4 factorial ways, and thus the total ways in case 1, so this is case 1, will be equal to 4 factorial into 3, which is equal to 72 ways. Now similarly, case 2 is, let's say task 2 is assigned to P4. Task 2 is assigned to P4. Thus task 1 cannot be assigned to P1 and P2, and P4 is already occupied with task 2. Thus T1 can be assigned to either P3, P5 or P6. So again 3 ways, and the remaining tasks can be assigned in 4 factorial ways, similar to the previous case. There are 4 people and 4 tasks need to be assigned such that each person is getting one task. Thus total ways will be 4 factorial into 3, which is equal to 24 into 3, which is 72 ways. Now combining the total cases of case 1 and case 2, the total number of ways will be equal to 72 plus 72. Thus I can say 72. 144 ways are there such that T1 is not assigned to person 1 and person 2, and T2 is assigned either to P3 and P4, and therefore the total number of ways is 144 ways. The least common multiple of a number, let's say this number is n, and 990 is 6930. So LCM of n comma 990 is 6930. The greatest common divisor of that number and 550 is 110. So n comma 550, GCD of n comma 550 is equal to 110. What is the sum of the digits of the least possible value of that number? So if greatest common divisor of n and 550 is 110, I can certainly say that n should be a multiple of 110k. because 550 can be written as 5 into 110. Now if we want n to be like 110 to be the greatest common divisor, n should be 110 into k, and k cannot be a multiple of 5 multiple, because if it is 5 multiple, what will happen? Let's say n is equal to 10. So n will be equal, sorry, k is equal to 10. So n will be equal to 1100, and GCD of 1100, 550 will be 550 and not 110. Thus, k cannot be a multiple of 5. Now let's look at this part. This is saying 6 LCM of n and 990 is 6930. Let's break 6930. 6930 can be written as 7 into 9 into 11 into 10. So LCM of 110k, 990 should be written as 7 into 9 into 11 into 10. So similarly, LCM of 110k, 990 should be equal to 7 into 9 into 110. Now I can clearly see in both these numbers 110 is common. So 110 can directly come out. From number 2, 9 can come out. 9 into 110, 990. So thus this 7 should come from number 1, which is 110k, should be such that it is a multiple of 7. 110 into k should be a multiple of 7. And now we have to find out the sum of the digits of the least possible value. The least possible value will be when k is equal to 7. Because 110k should be a multiple of 7. It is only the least value will be when k is 7. Thus the least number and least will be equal to 770. That is 110 into 7. Thus the sum of the digits will be 7 plus 7 plus 0, which is 14, and therefore option B, 14 will be the correct answer. The cost of running a movie theaters is rupees 10,000 per day plus additional rupees 5,000 per day. 10,000 per day plus 5,000 per show. The theater has 200 seats. A new movie released on Friday. There were 3 shows where the ticket price was rupees 250 for the first 2 shows and rupees 200 for the late night show. For S1 and S2, let's say the price was rupees 250, and for S3 the price was, it was a late night show, the price was rupees 200. Now in total there are 200 seats in S1, 200 in S2 and 200 in S3, because theater can have a capacity of 200 seats. For all shows together, total occupancy was 80%. So for all shows together, that is S1, S2 and S3, the total occupancy was 80%. So 80% of 600, which is equal to 480, was the total occupancy. 480 was the total occupancy. 80% of 600, which is 480, was the total occupancy. What was the maximum amount of profit possible? Now, if we want to have the maximum amount of profit, what we have to do is basically the shows 1 and shows 2, because since the price of each ticket is 250 rupees for them, the show 1 and show 2 should go houseful if we want to maximize the profit. Thus, what we'll say, all the 200 seats of show 1 is filled. All the 200 seats of show 2 is filled. The total occupancy was 480 and 400 is filled with S1 and S2. Thus, the remaining ones will be 80 and 80 seats will be filled in show 3. So 200 in show 1, 200 in show 2 and 80 in show 3. Thus, total earnings will be 250 into 200 plus 250 into 200 plus 200 into 80. So 250 into 200 is 50,000. So 50,000 plus 50,000 plus 200 into 80 is 16,000. So 50 plus 50 plus 16 is 1,16,000. Total earning is 1,16,000. Now, if we see what is the total cost, cost is 10,000 per day and 5,000 per show. And there were 3 shows. So the total cost will be 10,000 per day, which is 10,000 plus 5,000 per show, so which is 3 into 5,000. Therefore, total cost will be 10,000 plus 3 into 5,000, which is 15,000, and therefore rupees 25,000 is the total cost. Rupees 1,16,000 is the total earnings. So profit will be 1,16,000 minus 25,000. Profit total will be equal to rupees 91,000. Total profit is equal to rupees 91,000, and therefore I can say option C, rupees 91,000 is the correct answer. Let A and B be two solid spheres such that the surface area of B is 300% higher than the surface area of A. So surface area of A, if I say this is K, surface area of B is 300% higher. So it is 3 times more. The surface area of B will be what? It will be 4K, because it is 3K more or 300% more. 3 times of the original area of A more than 3 times the original of area of A. Thus, if surface area of A is K and surface area of B is 4, the formula for, let's say, area for A, the radius is RA, and for B, the radius is RB. So 4 pi RA square divided by 4 pi RB square, this will be equal to K by 4K. Thus, RA by RB will be equal to 1 by 2. The volume of A is found to be K% lower than the volume of B. So let's find out the volume of B first. Volume of B is equal to 4 by 3 pi RB cube, and RB is what? 2 times RA. So this is 4 by 3 pi into 2 times RA ka cube, 2 times RA ka whole cube. So this will be equal to, let's say, 4 by 3 pi is some constant number K into 8 times RA ka whole cube. Now volume of A will be what? Volume of A will be 4 by 3 times pi RA ka cube, and since I have assumed this 4 by 3 pi as K, so this will be equal to K into RA to the whole cube. So this is volume of A, this is volume of B, and it's given that volume of A is some percent, K% lower than volume of B. So volume of A is 1 minus K volume of B, K% lower. So 1 minus volume of so K% lower than volume of B. What is volume of A? K into RA ka whole cube will be equal to 1 minus K by 100 into volume of B is K into 8 times RA ka whole cube. This K and K will get cancelled. RA cube is cancelled. Ultimately, we'll have 1 by 8 is equal to 1 minus K by 100, implies K by 100 is equal to 7 by 8. K is equal to 700 by 8, and thus K is equal to 87.5%. Thus, the value of K will be equal to 87.5%, and therefore option C, which is 87.5, is the correct answer.
In this question, we are being told that a solution containing milk and water in the ratio 3:1. So solution 1 is having milk and water in the ratio 3:1. And solution 2 is having milk and water in the ratio 2:1. So I can tell that milk is to water is 3:1, which means milk is to the total solution volume. The ratio is 3 by 3 plus 1, which is 3 by 4. Similarly, milk is to water here is 2:1, which means milk is to the total solution volume is 2 by 3. Now this is mixed. This solution 1 is mixed with twice of solution 2's amount. So this is, let us take this is, if this is one part, then 2 parts of this is being taken, which means milk is to total solution. What will be the volume? One part of solution 1 is taken, and in this one part, how much is the milk ratio? 3 by 4. 2 parts of solution 2 is taken, and in this 2 part, how much is the milk ratio? 2 by 3. This is the amount of milk. This will be divided by the total solution. What is the total solution? 1 part plus 2 part, which is 3 parts, which will be 3 by 4 plus 4 by 3 upon 3. So 4 into 3, this is 9. This will be 16 by 3. So 25 upon 4 into 3 into 3, which is 25 by 36. Now 25 by 36 is 69.44%, which means correct answer is option B, 69.44%.
So this question is saying two taps A and B can fill a tank together in 6 hours. So A and B together can fill it in 6 hours. Tap A alone can fill the same tank in 8 hours. So A alone can fill the tank in 8 hours. How long will it take for tap B to fill the tank alone? So we have to find out how much will it take for tab B to find it, to fill the tank alone? So what exactly we have to do? Either we can use the LCM method or we can use the unitary method. So let's first solve this by unitary method. So unitary method said that if A and B together are taking 6 hours, so we can write 1 upon A plus 1 upon B is equal to 1 upon 6. Now it is given that A is taking only 8 hours. So A is taking, let's say if there is 1 liter of water which needs to be, which fills the entire tank, or the capacity of the tank is 1 liter. The time taken per hour, like efficiency of the tank will be 1 upon A, which will be 1 upon 8. So I can write 1 upon A is equal to 1 upon 8. This is basically the unitary method which I am using here. Now instead of this 1 upon A, I can write it as 1 by 8. Instead of this 1 upon A, I can replace it with 1 by 8. So this will become 1 upon 8 plus 1 upon B is equal to 1 upon 6. This implies that 1 upon B is equal to 1 upon 6 minus 1 upon 8. If we take the LCM here, the LCM will be 24, and therefore this will be 4 minus 3. 4 6 are 24 and 3 8 are 24, so 4 minus 3, and thus we will get 1 upon B is equal to 1 upon 24, or I can say B is equal to, B will take 24 hours. B will take 24 hours when it is filling the tank alone. So alone B will take 24 hours for filling the tank. Explain the LCM method as well for this question. So for LCM method, it is given that A plus B is taking 6 hours and A alone is taking 8 hours. So what we have to do, basically we have to take the LCM of the given times. So we are given 6 hours and 8 hours. So what we'll do, we'll take the LCM of 6 and 8. LCM of 6, 8. The LCM of 6, 8 will be 24. This will assume the capacity of the tank. This was the first one, was the unitary method. Now this is the LCM method. So LCM of the tank will be LCM of 6, 8, which is the time taken. Let us consider the capacity of the tank. Capacity of the tank. So the capacity of the tank will be 24 liters. Now we have to find, we are given that A plus B, they take 6 hours and A alone take 8 hours. So what I can say, efficiency of A plus efficiency of B. Like when A and B are working together, what exactly is happening? Basically 24 liter is being filled in 6 hours. So we can say efficiency of A and plus efficiency of B will be 4 liters per hour. It is filling in 6 hours. The 24 liter tank is being filled in 6 hours. So I can say efficiency of A plus efficiency of B will be 24 divided by 6, which is 4 liters per hour. Now we have A as 8 hours. So I can write efficiency of A will be, in the 24 liter capacity of the tank is filled in 8 hours alone by A. So efficiency of A can be written as 3 liters per hour. Efficiency of A can be written as 3 liters per hour, which is 24 divided by 8. Now, in this EA, we can substitute the value of EA is equal to 3 liter per hour. So I can write 3 plus EB is equals to 4 liters per hour. So I can write EB is equal to 1 liter per hour. 1 liters per hour. EB is equal to, that is efficiency of pipe B is 1 liters per hour. Now, if I say efficiency of pipe B is 1 liter per hour, how much time will it take to fill the 24 liters? It will take 24 hours. In 1 hour, if it can fill 1 liters, so in order to fill 24 liters, it will take 24 hours. So thus I can say the time taken by B will be 24 hours. It says that A can complete a piece of work in 4 days and B can complete a piece of work in 8 days. So A can complete the piece of work in 4 days and B can complete in 8 days. So there is some work W which A can complete in 4 days and B can complete in 8 days. If they are paid in rupees 10,000 in total for the work they work together, what is the ratio of the incomes of A and B? So what I'll do, I'll assume that my total work is, let's say 8 units. Total work is, let's say 8 units. So efficiency of A will be what? Efficiency of A will be 2 units per day. Efficiency of A will be 2 units per day and efficiency of B will be 1 unit per day. 1 units per day. Why it is so? Because I have considered the total work to be 8 units. Now A is taking 4 days to complete this 8 units work. I have assumed that the total work was 8 units. Now A is taking 4 days. So thus I can say A will complete 2 units in 1 day. Now B is taking 8 days for completing this 8 units of work. Thus I can say B will take 1 unit, the efficiency of B will be 1 unit per day, or I can write B is taking 1 day to complete 1 unit of work. So efficiency of A is 2 units per day, efficiency of B is 1 unit per day. So thus I can write, it is given that both are working together. They both are working together. Thus the total number of days to complete the work will be total work divided by combined efficiency. Total work divided by combined efficiency. Now, what is the total work? Total work is 8 units. So it is 8 units. And what is the total or combined efficiency? Efficiency of A is 2 units per day and efficiency of B is 1 unit per day. And the efficiencies can be added together. So thus I can write total combined efficiency will be 3 units per day. Like if A is doing 2 units per day and B is doing 1 units per day, the total combined efficiency will be 3 units per day. Thus, total work is 8 units and total combined efficiency is 3 units per day. Thus, I can write the total number of days required will be 8 by 3 days. Total number of days required will be 8 by 3 days. Now, if I see efficiency of A is 2 units per day. So, A is doing 2 units of work in 1 day. So, thus I can write work done by A. Work done by A will be 2 into 8 by 3. To complete this work, the work done by A will be 2 into 8 by 3, or I can write 16 by 3 units. Like in this 8 units of work, 8 units was the total work, 16 by 3 units was being done by A. Now if I write work done by B, now both are working for 8 by 3 days, so B will also work for 8 by 3 days and the efficiency of B is 1 units per day. So 1 into 8 by 3. Thus this will be 8 by 3 units. The work done by B will be 8 by 3 units and work done by A is 16 by 3 units. Now it is asking for what is the ratio of the incomes of A and B, where if they are paid rupees 10,000 in total. So this 10,000 is not necessary, you don't have to consider this. What exactly you have to find out is basically the ratio of incomes of A and B. The ratio of incomes of A and B, ratio of incomes is always equal to ratio of the individual work done. Ratio of individual work done. So if work done by A is 16 by 3 units and work done by B is 8 by 3 units, what I can say, income of A is to income of B will be equal to work done of A is to work done of B. Now if income of A is to income of B is work done of A is to work done of B. The incomes are already always in the same ratio, or I can say income is directly proportional to the work done by an individual. So income of A is to income of B can be written as work done by A is 16 by 3 units, so 16 by 3, and work done by B is 8 by 3 units, so 8 by 3. Thus I can write income of A is to income of B will be equal to 2 is to 1. Income of A is to income of B is 2 is to 1, and therefore the correct answer will be option A, which is 2 is to 1. Ram can complete a project in 15 days. So Ram can complete a project in 15 days. And John can complete the same project in 20 days. John can complete the same project in 20 days. I'll explain this question using the LCM method, because I feel LCM method is something which does not directly involve the fractions, and like if your calculations involve includes fractions, it is generally difficult to calculate that part. So we'll use the LCM method for this one. Now Ram is taking 15 days, John is taking 20 days. If they work together for 6 days, now they are working, Ram plus John are working together for 6 days. Ram plus John are working together for 6 days. What fraction of the projects remains incomplete? So it is asking that, like it is given that Ram completes the work in 15 days and John completes the work in 20 days. Now both Ram and John, when they are working together, they are taking 6 days. In this question, it is given that this project is not completed within the 6 days. Like maybe Ram and John, when working together, might take more number of days than 6 days. So it is asking for what is the fraction of the project which is still incomplete. So what I'll do, it is 15 and this is 20. So what I'll do, I'll take the LCM of 15 and 20. LCM of 15 and 20. So LCM of 15 and 20 is 300. So this I'll assume 300 units as my total work. 300 units as my total work. Now, okay, LCM of 15 and 20 will be 60. Sorry. LCM of 15 and 20 will be 60 units, and this I'll assume as my total work. Ram is taking 15 days to complete this 60 units of work. So I can write efficiency of Ram will be, like if he is taking 15 days for 60 units of work, it will be 4 units per day. Efficiency of John will be, if it is like for this 60 units of work, John is taking 20 days. So thus I can write efficiency of John will be 3 units per day. 3 units per day. Now combine when they are working together, that is when Ram and John are working together on the same project, they have worked for 6 days. So when they will work for 6 days, the total work done in 6 days will be efficiency of Ram plus efficiency of John. That is because both of them are working together, so their efficiency will be combined, and they're working for 6 days. So efficiency of Ram plus efficiency of John into 6. Now what is efficiency of Ram? Efficiency of Ram is 4, and for John it is 3. So 4 plus 3 into 6, which is 7. 7 into 6 is 42 units. So thus I can say Ram and John, when they are working for 6 days together, they have completed 42 units of work. The total work which we considered, like the total project work which needs to be done, is 60 units. Total project work is 60 units, and the amount of work completed, amount of work done in 6 days, this is equal to 42 units. Total project work is 60 units, and amount of work done in 6 days is 42 units. So thus I can write remaining work is 18 units, and thus I can say this is the incomplete work. And what is the fraction of incomplete work? Fraction of incomplete work is, the required fraction will be incomplete work divided by total work, total project work, and this is the incomplete work. Incomplete work is how much? 18 units, and total project work is 60 units. So 18 divided by 60 is 3 by 10. Therefore the remaining fraction, this is the remaining fraction work which is there, and this is 3 by 10, and therefore I can say option D, which is 3 by 10, is the correct answer. A train covers 480 kilometers in 8 hours. So train is covering 480 kilometers in 8 hours. So thus we can say, what is the speed of train? Speed of train is 480 divided by 8, or I can write 60 kilometers per hour. It is covering 480 kilometers in 8 hours, thus I can write speed of train is 60 kilometers per hour. Now speed of car is 5 by 6 of train speed. So speed of car is 5/6 of train speed. Thus I can write car speed will be 5 by 6 into 60. 5 by 6 into 60, and thus I can write 5 by 6 into 60 is 50 kilometers per hour. Thus the speed of the car is 50 kilometers per hour. And the speed of bike is 4 by 5 of the cars. So speed of bike is 4 by 5 of cars. Thus I can write bike speed will be 4 by 5 into, what is the speed of the car? Speed of the car is 50 km per hour. So 4 by 5 into 50. Therefore I can write 40 kilometers per hour. The speed of the bike is 40 kilometers per hour. What is the distance covered by the bike in 9 hours? We have to find out the total distance covered by bike in 9 hours. So if the speed of bike is 40 km per hour, distance is equal to speed into time. Thus I can write distance covered by bike, if it is traveling at 40 kilometers per hour in 9 hours, the speed is 40 and 40 kilometers per hour, and the total time taken is 9 hours. So 40 into 9, which is 360 kilometers. Therefore the entire distance which the bike can cover in 9 hours will be 360 kilometers, and therefore option B, 360 kilometer, will be the correct answer. So let's solve this one. It is given that bike A starts from point P towards Q at 13 km per hour. So there is a point P and there is a point Q. This is P, this is P, this is Q. There is bike A, which starts at from point P towards Q at 13 km per hour. So it is traveling at 13 kmph. And bike B starts from point Q towards P at 17 kmph. So bike B is here and it moves towards from Q towards P. So it is moving towards in this direction. It is moving at 17 kmph. If the distance between P and Q is 864 km, so this distance is 864 kilometers. This distance is 864 kilometers. How far apart in kilometer will the bikes be 4 minutes before they meet? So let's say in this diagram, I'll say at this point, at somewhere at this point is when they are meeting. At this point, they both are meeting. It is asking for how far will the bikes be 4 minutes before the meeting. So let's say 4 minutes before the meeting, bike A is somewhere here. Bike A is somewhere here and bike B is somewhere here. So bike B is somewhere here and this is somewhere here. This says these 2 points are 4 minutes before the meeting. 4 minutes before the meeting. Now, if I just zoom out this diagram, I have one point which it is BA, that is bike A, one point which is bike B. Now, bike A is traveling at a speed of 13 kmph. So, 13 kmph and bike B is traveling at a speed of 17 kmph and they are meeting in the next 4 minutes. They are meeting somewhere here in 4 minutes. We have to find out what? We have to find out the distance between the bikes 4 minutes before the meeting. So, we have to find out this distance, or we can say this distance we have to find out. Certainly what we can do is basically we can apply the concept of relative motion. It is moving at 13 kmph and 17 kmph, sorry, this is 17, 17. Now they are moving towards each other, so their speeds will be add up. So they are combined relative speed, relative. Since both of them are moving in the same direction, that is, both of them are moving in the opposite direction, that is, they are moving towards each other, their speeds will be added up. So relative speed will be 13 plus 17, which is equal to 30 kmph. And the time taken to meet is basically 4 minutes. So time will be, because we have to find out the distance between them when they are like before the 4 minutes before they meet. So time will be 4 minutes, but my speed is in 30 kmph per hour. So 30 km in kilometers per hour. So what I'll do, I'll change this minutes to hours. So this will be 4 by 60, or I can write 1 by 15 hours. So the speed, relative speed is 30 kmph and this time taken is 1 by 15 hours. Thus I can write total distance will be equal to 30 kmph, which is speed into time. So 30 into 1 by 15. Thus I can write the total distance 4 minutes before the meeting point. 4 minutes before the meeting, that is this D. D will be equal to 2 kilometers, because this 13 kmph, this distance plus this distance will be equal to 2 kmph as per the relative motion which we have calculated, and thus we can say the correct answer for this question will be option B, 2. It is given that a 100-meter long train running at a speed of 54 km per hour crosses a platform in 18 seconds. So basically, and it is asking what is the length of the platform. So platform will have certain length and train will have certain length. So if I say this is my train, which is 100 meter, and I have my platform, which I'll say this is my platform and this is L. So initially this is the point. This is the point when they are starting, when they are like entering to cross the platform, when the train is entering to cross the platform. Now this is my initial point. Now my final point will be what? This will be my platform. This will be my platform whose length is L. This was my starting point, that the left end of the platform was my starting point. It is moving in this direction. And my end point in the entire journey, it is asking for, it crosses the platform in 18 seconds. So crosses the platform means this is my train. And this will be the point when it has crossed the entire platform. So this is 100 meters. This was my starting point. So this was my starting point. This was my starting point, which I've got from here. This was my starting point. The left end of the platform was my starting point. And at this moment, that is when the backside, that is the rear end of the train, has completely crossed the right side of the platform. The rear end of the train that when completely crossed the right side of the platform, it is the time at which the train has completely crossed the platform. So this takes 18 seconds. Now if we consider what is the total distance needs to be considered. This is my end point. This is certain the point at which I'll say the train, if I say this was my start point, this is the front end, and this is at the end point, this is my front end of the train. So total distance will be L plus 100. Total distance between the starting and the end point, that is when the train has covered the entire platform length, it will be L plus 100. So total distance is L plus 100. Now the time taken is 18 seconds. Time taken is 18 seconds. We are also given the speed of the train. Speed of the train is 54 km per hour. The speed of train is 54 km/h. Now this platform is a stationary platform, so we can consider the velocity or the speed of the platform will be 0. The speed of the train is 54 km/h. I have to change because this is L plus 100 meters and this is seconds, so I have to change it to meter per second. So what I can do, I can just multiply it by 5 by 18. So 54 into 5 by 18 will be 15 meters per second. Now the formula for this is total time taken, time is equal to total length of platform and bridge divided by the total speed of train. What is the total length? Total length is L plus 100. That is the combined length of platform plus bridge, platform plus train. So the combined length is L plus 100. And speed of train is what? Speed of train is 15 meter per second and the time taken is 18 seconds. Time taken is 18 seconds, speed of train is 15 meter per second. Now because the platform was stationary, so we don't have to worry about that. So L plus 100 is equal to 18 is equal to L plus 100 divided by 15. So 18 into 15 will be L plus 100, or I can write L plus 100 will be equal to 18 into 15 is 270. Thus I can write L is equal to 170 meter. What was L? L was the length of the platform. L was the length of the platform, and therefore I can write the length of the platform is 170 meter, and option E is the correct answer. So it is given a train that is 150 meter long passes an electric pole in 5 seconds. So there is a train which is 150 meter long. This is the train, and this is 150 meter long, and this is the electric pole. It is passing this electric pole in 5 seconds. So thus I can say speed of train will be length of train plus length of pole. Now length of pole will be 0. Length of pole will be 0. We have to consider it as 0 because length of pole in comparison to length of train will be negligible. So I can say length of pole plus length of train, which is 150, divided by what is the total time taken? Time taken is 5 seconds by the train to completely cross the pole. So 155 divided by 5, I can say speed of train is 30 meters per second. Speed of train is 30 meters per second. Now we have how long will it take to cross a bridge that is 180 meter long. Now the same train which is 150 meter long is passing a bridge. It is passing a bridge which is 180 meters long. It's passing a bridge which is 180 meters long. Now the train is 150 meter long and the bridge is 180 meter long. Our formula is time is equals to L of train plus length of bridge divided by speed of train plus speed of bridge. Our formula for that, to figure out the time taken is time taken by the train to completely cross the bridge will be length of train plus length of bridge divided by speed of train plus speed of bridge. Now what is the length of train? Length of train is 150. What is the length of bridge? Length of bridge is 180. So 150 plus 180 divided by what is speed of train? Speed of train is 30 meter per second, which we have calculated in the first part. So speed of train is 30 meter per second, and this bridge is stationary. This bridge is not moving. So thus I can say speed of bridge will be 0 meter per second. Thus I can write 150 plus 180, this is 330, and the combined speed will be 30. So 330 divided by 30, the time taken for this 150 meter long train to cross this 180 meter bridge will be 330 divided by 30, which is 11 seconds. Time taken will be 11 seconds, and therefore I can say option A, which is 11 seconds, is the correct answer. It is given that the average weight of 18 boys in a group is 49 kg. The average weight of 18 boys is 49 kg. So I can write 18 boys average is 49 kgs. When a new boy is included, the average weight increases by 1.5 kg. So let's say there is one boy which has been added, and now the average is increased by 1.5 kg. So the new average will be what? New average will be 50.5. Because initially the average weight was 49 kg, and since one boy added, the average increased by 1.5 kg. So I have to find out the weight of this new boy. So let's say the weight of this new boy is W. Now 18 boys, average weight was 49 kgs. So I can say total weight of these 18 boys will be, total weight of 18 boys will be 18 into 49. 18 into 49. So 18 9s are 2, 16 carry, and 18 4s are 72. So this is 882. Yes, 882. Yeah, 882 kgs. So total weight of 18 boys will be 882 kgs. Now there is one more boy who has added. So there are in total now 19 boys. So total weight after the addition, after addition of one boy, total weight of 19 boys will be, total weight of 19 boys will be 19 into, what is the average weight now? Average weight is 50.5 kg. So 90 into 50.5. This will be equal to 959.5. The total weight of these 19 boys now, that is when one boy whose weight was W is added, it is 959.5 kgs. Now initially the weight of 18 boys was 882 kgs. So weight of 18 boys was 882 kgs. A boy of weight W was added to the group. The boy of weight W was added to the group, and now the total weight is 959.5 kg. So now the total weight is 959.5 kg. Initially the weight was 882. A boy whose weight was W was added in the group, and the total weight is now 959.5. Thus I wrote 882 plus W is equal to 959.5. Thus I can write W is equal to 959.5 minus 882, and thus I can say W is equal to 77.5. Thus the weight of that one boy who added in the group was 77.5 kgs, and therefore I can say option B, which is 77.5, is the correct answer. So it's saying that a set contains 5 numbers in ascending order. So let's say there are 5 numbers, which is A, and it is in ascending order. So A less than B, less than C, less than D, less than E. So A is less than B, less than C, less than C, less than D, less than E. So this is the 5 numbers in ascending order. The average of the first and second number is 38.5. So this is my first number and second number. So A plus B by 2 is equals to 38.5. It's further given the average of the fourth and fifth number is 55.5. So which is my fourth number? Fourth number is D and fifth number is E. So D plus E by 2 is equals to 55.5. If the average of all 5 numbers is 46.4, so average of all of these 5 numbers, which is 46.4, thus I can write A plus B plus C plus D plus E is equal by 5. A plus B plus C plus D plus E, which is 5. 5 are there, 5 numbers are there. So the average of these 5, it is given as 46.4. It's given as 46.4. We have to find out the third number, and third number is C. So we have to figure out the value of C. Now we have A plus B as 38.5. The average of A plus B, A and B is 38.5. So A plus B by 2 is 38.5, or I can write A plus B is equal to 77. A plus B is equal to 77. The average of D and E is given to be 55.5. So I can write D plus E by 2 is 55.5, or I can write D plus E is equals to 111. 55.5 into 2, this 2 I'll take on the right hand side. So 55 into 2 is 111. So D plus E is 111. Now it is given that A plus B plus C plus D plus E is 46. A plus B plus C plus D plus E divided by 5. The average of all these numbers is 46.4. So I can write A plus B plus C plus D plus E. This 5 I can take to the right hand side. So 46.4 into 5 will be roughly around 232. Now we are given A and B. The sum of A and B is 77. So this A plus B value I'll substitute here. This D plus E value I'll substitute here. So 77 plus C plus D plus E is 111. So this is 111 is equal to 232. So 77 plus 111 is 188. So C plus 188 is equal to 232, and thus I can write C is equal to 232 minus 188, and therefore C is equals to 44. Therefore, I can say the correct answer will be option D, which is 44, which is our third number, the value of C, which is 44. Ten years ago, the average age of Ramesh and Suresh was 20 years. Okay. So let's say the current age. The current age, Ramesh is R and Suresh is S. Ramesh is R and Suresh is S. 10 years ago, the average age of Ramesh and Suresh was 20 years. So 10 years ago, what was the average age? Average age was 10 years ago, this age was Ramesh was and R minus 10. And what was the age of Suresh? Age of Suresh will be S minus 10. So 10 years ago, this is 10 years ago. The average age is 20 years. So R minus 10 plus S minus 10 divided by 2 will be 20 years. So 10 years ago Ramesh plus 10 years ago Suresh divided by 2 will be 20 years. The average age is 20 years. Thus I can write R plus S minus 20 is equal to 40, or I can write R plus S is equal to 60. R plus S is equal to 60. Now 15 years from now, the ratio of their ages will be 5:4. So 15 years from now means R plus 15. So 15 years later. 15 years from now means 15 years from the current time. 15 years from the current time. So 15 years from now, the age of the ratio of their ages will be 5:4. So I can write R plus 15 divided by S plus 15 is equal to 5:4. R plus 15 divided by S plus 15 is 5:4, or thus I can write 4R plus 60 is equal to 5S plus 75. Or thus I can further simplify this to 4R minus 5S is equal to 15. 4R minus 5S is equal to 15. Instead of S, what I can do, I can here S is equal to, I can write 60 minus R. And the value of S I can put here. S is equal to 60 minus R, and I can put in the value of S is equal to 60. So thus this will be equal to 4R minus 5 into 60 minus R. 60 minus R is equal to 15. So thus I can write 4R minus 300 minus 5R, plus 5R, minus 5 into minus R will be plus 5R is equal to 15. Or thus I can write 9R is equal to 300 plus 15, which is 315. Or I can write R is equal to 35. 315 divided by 9, R is equal to 35. If I put the value of R is equal to 35 in this, I can get S is equal to 60 minus R, so S is equal to 25. R is equal to 35 and S is equal to 25. Now what it is being asked, it is asking what will be the ratio of their ages 5 years from now. The ratio of their ages 5 years from now, this is their current age. What was R and S? R and S was their current age. So 5 years from now, their ratio of their ages will be 5 years later. 5 years later, the ratio of their ages will be 35 plus 5, which is 40 years, and 25 plus 5, which is 30 years. So 40 years for Ramesh, 30 years for Suresh, and thus ratio will be 40:30, or I can write 4:3. 40:30, or I can write 4:3, and therefore the correct answer will be option D, which is 4:3. So it is given that a 20-liter solution contains milk and water in the ratio 4:1. So there is a 20-liter solution and it contains milk and water in the ratio 4:1. So milk is to water is equal to 4:1. So thus I can say if this is a container which contains 20-liter solution, I can write milk will be 16 liters because it is 4:1. So milk can be 4 by 5 into 20 and water will be 1 by 5 into 20. So milk is 16 liters and water will be 1 by 5 into 20, which is 4 liters. So milk is 16, water is 4. Now we have this. It is given further that 4 liters of the mixture are removed and replaced with water. So 4 liters of mixture are removed and replaced with water. So if I say 4 liters of mixture is removed, 4 liters of mixture removed, what does this mean? Now when you're removing this mixture of 4 liters, this 4 liters also includes milk and water in the ratio 4:1. this 4 liter also contains milk and water ratio to be 4:1. Thus I can say in this 4 liter of mixture, milk will be what? Milk will be 4 by 5 into 4, which is equal to 3.2 liters. And water will be 1 by 5 into 4, which is equal to 0.8 liters. So milk is 3.2 liters and water is 0.8 liters. So thus I can say when this 4 liters of mixture is being removed, again the ratio will be 4:1. So thus 3.2 liters of milk is removed and 0.8 liters of water is removed. So thus if in this I can say after removing 4 liters, so 4 liter of mixture is removed, I can say 3.2 liters of milk is removed and 0.8 of water is removed. So thus the remaining quantity will be milk is equal, I'll just put this here, milk is equal to 12.8 liters, 12.8, and water is equal to 3.2 liters. So milk is 12.8, 16 minus 3.2 is removed, so 12.8, and water is 4 minus 0.8, which is 3.2 liters. Now in the question it is further given that it is replaced with water. So this 4 liter of solution, this is replaced with water, that is 4 liter of solution is being taken out and 4 liter of water is added. 4 liter of water is added. So when you are adding 4 liter of water, what will happen? Milk will remain the same. Milk will remain same, which is 12.8 liters. But what will happen to water? Water will be 3.2 liters of water is there and 4 liters of water is added as well. So total water quantity will be 7.2 liters now. Initially it was 3.2 liters. Now this mixture of 4 liter, when it is removed, it is replaced with 4 liter of pure water. So thus milk is 12.8, milk, the quantity of milk remains the same, but 4 liter of water is being added to the container. So thus water will be 7.2 liters. It is asking in the question, what is the new ratio of milk to water? So milk to water will be what? 12.8 is to 7.2. I can remove the decimals. It is 128 is 72. I can divide this by 8. So this will be 16 is to 9. 16 8s are 128 and 9 8s are 72. So the ratio is 16 is to 9. And therefore option C, 16 is to 9 will be the correct answer. It is given that a solution contains 40% alcohol by volume. How much pure alcohol must be added to 100 ml of the solution? So there is this solution whose initial volume is 100 ml. Now this 100 ml solution contains 40% alcohol by volume. What does this mean? The amount of alcohol in this 100 ml solution is 40%. Amount of alcohol in this 100 ml solution is 40%, which is equal to 40 ml. Thus the amount of alcohol will be 40 ml. Amount of, thus the remaining part, which is most probably the water, will be 60 ml. How much pure alcohol must be added to 100 ml solution? So it is saying that certain amount of pure alcohol, let's say it is x ml, which needs to be added to make the concentration to be 50%. Let's say if now the new volume is 100 plus x, alcohol now I want to be 50%. That is half of what it is. So since it is it is pure alcohol is being added. So this x ml will directly go to the alcohol amount as only. So this will be 40 plus x. Now this 100 plus x will be the total value. Initially it was 100 ml. X ml pure alcohol was added to it. So 100 plus x. Now if it is x ml pure alcohol, initially was my 40 ml pure alcohol. Now x ml pure alcohol is being added again. So this is 40 plus x now. Now it is saying that if this 40 plus x is half of 100 plus x, it is saying that it is 50% concentration. So this means that 40 plus x is half of 100 plus x. This 40 plus x is basically constituting the half of the entire solution. So 40 plus x I can write is equals to half of 100 plus x. Because the concentration it wants, it says that after adding pure alcohol is 50%. Thus I can say the water and alcohol, water is also 50%. Now water and alcohol is 1:1. Thus I can write 40 plus x is equal to half of 100 plus x, or I can directly write 80 plus 2x is equal to 100 plus x, or x is equal to 20 ml. I can take x to the left hand side and 80 to the right hand side. So x will come out as 20 ml, and therefore option B, which is after adding 20 ml more, the ratio or the concentration of pure alcohol will come out to as 1:1 or 50%. There's one more way of solving this. Now alcohol is 50%, water is 50%. XML was added, XML pure alcohol was added. So if this is 100 plus X, what I can say, this will remain 60 only. Why? Because initially it was 60 ml and there is no water addition to after this. There is no water addition, only pure alcohol is added. So this is 60 ml. Now water constitutes 50%. If the alcohol is 50%, the other 50% will be water. So if 60 ml is, if the water is 50%, so 60 ml, I can say the total volume should be 120 ml. The total volume of the solution should be 120 ml because my volume of water is 60 ml and it constitutes for 50% of the total mixture. So total volume will be 120 ml, and thus again you can just equate 100 plus X is equal to 120, and again you can get X is equal to 20 ml. A shopkeeper buys the product for rupees 100. So there is the cost price, which is 100 rupees. He marks up the product's price by 60%. So mark price is CP into 1 plus markup percentage. This is the formula. CP into 1 plus markup percentage. So I can write it is marked up by 60%. 60% marked up. So mark price I can write is equal to 100 into 1 plus 60 by 100. Or I can further write this as 160 rupees. So the mark price of the product is 160 rupees. And then offer successive discounts of 25% and 30%. What is his overall profit or loss percentage? Now discounts is always given on the mark price. So my mark price is 160 rupees. Now there is first a discount of 25% given to it. 25% discount. So 25% discount, again selling price will be mark price into 1 minus discount percentage. This is the formula. 1 minus discount percentage. The selling price will be 160 into 1 minus 25% or 25 by 100. So this is equal to 120. Now it is first provided a discount of 25% and then 30%. So initially it was a discount of 25% and now there is another discount of 30%. Discount of 30%. So thus I can write the new selling price will be 120 into 1 minus 30% or 1 minus 30 by 100. So the new selling price, or I can write the final selling price. Final selling price will be 120 into 1 minus 30 by 100 is 120 into 7 by 10, which is equal to rupees 84. So this is my final selling price and this was my cost price. My cost price was 100 and my selling price is 84. Thus firstly I can see cost price is greater than selling price. So thus I can conclude that there will be a loss. There will be a loss, and now I have to find out the loss percentage. So loss percentage will be amount of loss. Amount of loss will be what? Loss is equal to CP minus SP, which is 100 minus 84, or I can write 16. So 16 loss, which is 16 rupees divided by cost price. Cost price is 100 into 100. So loss percentage is loss divided by cost price into 100, and thus I can cite loss is equal to 16%. So firstly there is a loss, and there is a loss of how much? There is a loss of 16%, and therefore I can say option D, 16% loss is the correct answer. It's saying a trader buys 80 mangoes for rupees 1280. During transportation, 20% of them are damaged. So there were 80 mangoes initially. Initially there were 80 mangoes and 20% were damaged. 20% damage means 20% cannot be used, cannot be sold. So thus, what is the remaining number of mangoes? The remaining number of mangoes, I can write remaining, is equal to 80 into 1 minus 20%. 80 into 1 minus 20%. Now 80 into 1 minus 20% is what? 20% is 1 by 5. 80 into 4 by 5 is 64 mangoes. So the remaining number of mangoes is 64 mangoes. Now, at what price per mango should he sell the remaining mangoes so that he earns a profit of 20%? Okay. So initially this 80 mangoes, these 80 mangoes, the cost is rupees 1280. The cost is rupees 1280. He wants to earn a profit of 20%. He wants to earn a profit of 20%, which means now if this is the cost price and he wants to earn a profit of 20%, profit of 20%. Thus, I can write selling price is equal to what? Cost price into 1 plus profit percentage. So selling price will be what? Selling price will be 1280 into 1 plus 20%, or I can write 1280 into 1.2, which will be 1280 into 1.2, and this will roughly be 9 carry 1536 rupees 1536. So this is his desired selling price. This is his desired selling price. If the cost price was 1280, he wanted to sell it at a profit of 20%. So his desired selling price is 1536. Now the desired selling price is 1536 and the number of mangoes which he can sell is 64 mangoes. This is the desired selling price which he wants to sell it for. Like he wants to earn a profit of 20%. So he has to sell the entire stock of mangoes at 1536 rupees. And how many mangoes are there in his stock? There are only 64 mangoes left in the stock. Why? Because 20% of them were damaged. So I can write there are only 64 mangoes in the stock, and total selling price should be 1536. The price of one mango will be total price, which is 1536. He wants to earn a 20% profit, so the total price will be 1536, and total number of mangoes is 64. So 1536 divided by 64, this will roughly come out as 2, which is 128, 256, 24. So thus I can say he should sell each mango at rupees 24 if he wants to earn a profit of 20% after 20% of his stock was damaged, and therefore rupees 24 per mango. Option C will be the correct answer. After a 20% decrease in the price per kg of fruits, Mohan buys 250 gram of fruits for rupees 270. So Mohan is buying 250 gram of fruits, 250 gram fruits at rupees 270. Mohan is buying 250 gram of fruits at rupees 270. So thus what I can say, if I multiply both sides by 4 into 4 and into 4, I can write 1000 gram fruits, 1000 gram or 1 kg of fruits, 1000 grams or 1 kg of fruits, he can buy it at rupees 270 into 4, which is rupees 1080. So he can buy 1 kg of fruits at rupees 1080. It is given that it is a 20% decrease in the price per kg of fruit. So this rupees 1080 is a 20% decrease. There was certain price P per kg. The price of the fruits were P per kg, but after a 20% per kg, it came out to 1080 per kg, because then only he can get this 250 gram of fruits at rupees 270. So after a 20% decrease, it is reduced to 1080. What is the original price in rupees per kg? So this was my original price, which was P per kg, and after the original price was decreased by 20%, it came out as 1080. So I can write original into 1 minus decrease percentage is equal to my new value or my new price of fruits. So what is the original value? Original value I have assumed as P per kg. So I'll take it as P. 1 minus what is decrease percentage after a 20% decrease. It is given after a 20% decrease. So 1 minus 20% will be 1 minus 20 by 100. And what is my new price? My new price is 1080. That is, after a 20% decrease in price P, my price is 1080 per kg, and therefore I am getting rupees at 270 rupees. I am getting 250 gram. So thus I can say this is 1080. Now this will be 1 by 5, and 1 minus 1 by 5 is 4 by 5. So P into 4 by 5 will be equal to 1080, and thus this is 270. Thus P is equal to 270 into 5, which is rupees 1350. Therefore I can say the correct answer for this question will be the original price will be rupees 1350 per kg. After a 20% decrease, it will come out as rupees 1080 per kg, and therefore 250 gram for rupees 270. So option D is the correct answer. So a car was bought at a 30% discount on its original price. So let's say my original price, and if you read the entire question, and later sold at 50% increase over the purchase price, by what percent is selling price higher than the original price? So my final answer is in percentage value only. So what I can do, I can assume one value. So let me assume that original price of the car was rupees 1 lakh. Original price of the car was rupees 1 lakh. I'll assume, because ultimately I have to just find out the percentage, and percentage is what? Percentage is just comparison of the initial and the final value. So I don't have to worry about the values here, because even if I take 1 lakh, even if I take 10 lakhs or 20 lakhs or 30 lakhs, 50 lakhs, 40 lakhs, whatever I take, my ultimate percentage will be same. So original price is rupees 1 lakh. This car was bought at 30% discount on its original price. So the car at which it was bought, car bought at 30% discount. So 1 lakh into 1 minus 30%. So there was a discount of 30% which is provided. So 1 lakh into 1 minus 30%, this comes out to be 70,000. So original price was 70,000. It was bought at, original price was rupees 1 lakh and it was bought at rupees 70,000. And later sold at a 50% increase over the purchase price. So this purchase price was 70,000. So purchase price is 70,000. It was sold at a 50% increase over the purchase price. So at this 50% increase, it is being sold. It is sold at a 50% increase. So 70,000 into 50% is 70,000 into 1.5, or I can write it as 105,000, which is 1,05,000. It is asking by what percentage is the selling price higher than the original price. So this is my new selling price. It is sold at a 50% higher price than the purchasing price. So my selling price is what? Selling price is 1,05,000. So selling price is 1,05,000 and my original price is 1 lakh. So this is my selling price and this is my original price, which is 1 lakh. What is the percentage change it is asking for? By what percentage is the selling price higher than the original price? So percentage increase. So percentage will be what? 1,05,000, which is the selling price, minus the original price divided by the original price into 100. So the new selling price minus the original price, because original price is something which against which we have to compare, and we have to compare the new selling price. So selling price minus original price divided by original price into 100. This will come out as 5,000 into 100 divided by 1 lakh, or ultimately it will come out as 5%. 5,000 into 100 will be 5 lakh, and 5 lakh divided by 1 lakh will be 5%, and therefore option D, which is 5%, will be the correct answer. Two products A and B have the same cost price. If A is sold at 15% profit and B at 8% profit, what is the overall profit percentage? Again, we have to find out the percentage. So we have to just compare the two values. So what I'll do, I'll assume this cost price. I'll assume this cost price to be something. Now A and B both have the same cost price. What I'll do, this is my cost price. A and B, I'll assume both of them is 100 rupees. A and B, I'll assume both of them is 100 rupees. Since both the cost prices of both the items, both the products is same. So A and B, I'll assume it as 100 rupees. Now A is sold at a profit of 15%. So A is sold at a profit of 15% and B is sold at a profit of 8%. And we know selling price is equal to what? Cost price into 1 plus profit percentage. Selling price into cost, selling price is equal to cost price into 1 plus profit percentage. So profit percentage is 15% and profit percentage is 8%. The selling price for A will be 15% of 100 is rupees 15, and therefore selling price of A will be rupees 115. Profit for B is 8% and 8% of rupees 100 is 8 rupees. So selling price of B will be rupees 108. Thus I can say it is asking for the overall profit percentage, that is the profit percentage when both the prices are combined, for like when both the products prices are combined. So the total cost price, if I have to write out total CP is rupees 200, 100 for A and 100 for B. What is my total SP? Total SP will be 15% profit for A and 8% profit for B. So for A it is 115 and for B it is 108. So total SP will be rupees 223. My total cost price is rupees 200 and my total selling price is rupees 223. Thus I can say, now I can clearly see selling price is greater than cost price, so there will be a profit. And how do we calculate the profit percentage? Profit percentage is equal to selling price minus cost price divided by cost price into 100. So what is my selling price? Selling price is 223. What is my cost price? Cost price is 200. So 223 minus 200 divided by, what is my cost price again? Cost price is 200 into 100. So 223 minus 200 divided by 200 into 100. Thus I can say this will be cancelled and this will be 23 divided by 2, or I can write 11.5 percentage. The profit percentage will be 11.5%, 11.5%, and therefore I can say option C, 11.5% is the correct answer. What is the compound interest on rupees 12,000 at 10% per annum for 2 years compounded annually? So there is a compound, it is compounded annually. Now amount, let's say if this is my principal is rupees 12,000. Principal is 12,000, rate of interest is 10% and time is 2 years. So what is my amount after n years? Amount of after n years is given by P into 1 plus R by 100 to the whole power T. This is how we calculate amount after T years. Let's say this is T. Amount after T years will be P into 1 plus R by 100 to the whole power T, where P is the principal amount, R is the rate of interest and T is the time taken. So amount I have to find out after 2 years. So A2 will be what? A2 will be P. P is 12,000. 1 plus what is rate of interest? Rate of interest is 10%. So 10 divided by 100. And what is the time period? Time period is 2 years. So 1 plus 10 by 100 to the whole power 2. I can thus write 12,000 into 1.1 ka whole square, or A2 will be what? 12,000 into 1.21, or I can write A2 is equals to 14520. A2 is equal to 14520 rupees. Now we have to find out the compound interest. We have to find out the compound interest. We don't have to find out the value after 2 years. This is 14520. We don't have to find out the value after 2 years. We have to find out the compound interest. So compound interest will be what? The interest part, or CI, is equal to A2, which is amount after 2 years minus the principal amount. This is how you calculate the interest which you have received. The amount after certain years is being subtracted from the principal amount. Thus I can write what is amount after 2 years. It is 14520. And what was the principal amount? Principal amount was 12,000. Thus I can say the compound interest after 2 years will be 14520 minus 12,000. This is rupees 2520. Compound interest is rupees 2520, and therefore option A. What is the compound interest after compound interest on rupees 12,000? It is 2,520 rupees. Find the compound interest in rupees 2,000 if the rate of interest is 5% in the first year and 10% in the second year. So if the rate of interest is same, let's say if I have amount after n years, it is generally given by P into 1 plus R by 100 to the whole power n, where P is the principal, R is the rate of interest and n is the number of years. But in this question, like certain cases, what happens? This rate of interest is not constant. That is, in this case, what we are saying that the rate of interest is same for every year. Now, in certain questions, what will happen? The rate of interest will be R1 for the first year, then R2 for the second year, then R3 for the third year. Thus, how we have to calculate this is basically AN, that is amount after n years, will be principal into 1 plus R1 by 100. That is rate for the first year. So rate of interest for the first year. Then into 1 plus R2 divided by 100. That is rate of interest for the second year. Into 1 plus R3 divided by 100, that is rate of interest for the third year, and up till this goes on till 1 plus Rn divided by 100. So this is the case when the rate of interest changes, when this ROI or the rate of interest are changing. And in this case, we can clearly see in this question that the rate of interest in the first year is 5% and 10% in the second year. So I can write R1 is equal to 5% and R2 is equal to 10%. We have to find out the compound interest after 2 years. So firstly, we have to find out what will be the value of the value of this rupees 2,000 after 2 years. So A2 will be P into 1 plus R1 by 100 into 1 plus R2 by 100. Now A2 will be, what is principal amount? Principal amount is rupees 2,000. What is rate of interest? Rate of interest is R1, and R1 is 5% and R2 is 10%. So 1 plus 5 by 10 into 1 plus 10 by 10. So 1 plus 5 by 100 into 1 plus 10 by 100. So this is 2000 into 1.05. This will roughly be equal to 2100. This part will be equal to 2100. And this 1 plus 10 by 100 will be 1.1. So 2100 into 1.1 will be roughly around, this goes 210, 21, 23. So this is 2310. So amount after 2 years will be rupees 2310 when the rate of interest for the first year is 5% and for the second year is 10%. We have to find out the compound interest. Again, don't get confused. We have to find out the compound interest, and therefore compound interest will be what? Amount after 2 years minus the principal amount. Amount after 2 years minus the principal amount. So compound interest will be, what is the amount after 2 years? It is 2310. And what is my principal amount? Principal amount is 2000. So compound interest is 2310 minus 2000. So this compound interest will be rupees 310. And therefore option D, which is 310, is the correct answer. What is the minimum number of complete years required for a sum invested at 50% compound interest to become more than 3 times the principal? Okay, so I want my amount after n years to be greater than 3 times my principal amount. So let's say principal is P, principal amount, let's say it is P rupees. Let's say I have invested amount P. I want amount after n years to be more than 3 times the principal. So AN should be greater than 3P. My rate of interest is given as 50%. ROI is given as 50%. That is compound interest. So what was my formula? AN is equal to P into 1 plus R by 100 to the whole power n. Amount after n years for compound interest scheme is given by AN, P into 1 plus R by 100 to the whole power n. So again we'll use the same. What is the principal value? Principal amount is P. So P into 1 plus, what is the rate of interest? Rate of interest is 50. So 1 plus 50 by 100 to the whole power n. We have to find out the value of n. We have to find out the minimum number of complete years required for a sum of interest at 50% CI to become more than 3 times the principal. So thus this is my the amount after n years, and this should be greater than 3P. I have to find out the value of n such that this is greater than 3P. The left hand side is greater than 3P. So this P and P get cancelled, and 1 plus 50 by 100 is 1.5. So 1.5 to the whole power n is greater than 3. We want this one. Now what we'll do, I'll just use the trial and error method. I'll substitute the values of n, 1, n2, n3 and n4. So I've put the value of n is equal to 1. 1.5 to the whole power 1 is what? 1.5. Now this is less than 3, so I can eliminate this case. Now I'll put n is equal to 2. Now 1.5 to the whole power 2, 1.5 square will be 2.25. And again this 2.25 is less than 3, so again I can eliminate this. Now if I put n is equal to 3, 1.5 to the whole power 3 will be 3.375. 15 whole cube is 3375, so 1.5 to the whole power 3 is 3.375. Now this is greater than 3, that's my minimum value of n, and it is also asking for the complete years. So complete year means we have to find out the integer values of year. Complete years means we have to find out the integer value of years. So if I put n is equal to 3, it gives me 1.15 ka whole cube as 3.375, which is greater than 3. So the minimum, and we have to find out the minimum value, minimum number. So the minimum number of years, so that this amount becomes 3 times the principal amount, is 3 years. So n is equal to 3 years will give me the amount to be more than 3 times the principal amount, and therefore I can say option B, 3 will be the correct answer. So it is given a sum of money doubles in 5 years at x% simple interest. At 5 years at x% simple interest. So there's an amount of money which now it is simple interest at x% and it doubles. So let's say this is my amount A. It is 5% simple interest scheme, and it just basically doubles. It becomes 2A in 5 years. And this is x% simple interest. Sorry, this is x% simple interest, and it becomes in 5 years, this amount becomes 2A. At y% simple interest, the same sum would become 10 times in 30 years. Okay, the same sum, that is at the same amount A, at y% simple interest, it becomes 10 times in 30 years. So this becomes 10A in 30 years. It becomes 10A when it is y% simple interest in 30 years. I have to find out the value of y minus x. So firstly, what is the amount after n years in simple interest scheme? So amount after n years in simple interest scheme is P into 1 plus RT by 100. This is the formula. Amount after n years in a simple interest scheme. In compound interest, it is P into 1 plus R by 100 to the whole power T, where P, R and T are principal, rate of interest and time. Now for simple interest, it is P into 1 plus RT by 100. So I'll apply this formula in both the cases. So let's apply that in this first case. My AN, that is amount after 5 years, is 2A. So I can write 2A is equal to, what is my original principal? Original principal amount is A. So 2A is equal to A into 1 plus, what is rate of interest? Rate of interest is X%. So 1 plus X into, what is the time period? Time period is 5 years. So 1 plus X into 5 divide by 100. Now this A and A will get cancelled, and 2 is equal to 1 plus 5x by 100, or I can write 1 is equal to 5x by 100. 1 is equal to 5x by 100. This 1 comes to the left hand side, and thus I can write x is equal to 20%. X is equal to 20%. Now I'll apply the same formula for the second equation, for the second scenario, for this one. My AN will be, in this case, is 10A. That is amount after n years, amount after 30 years is 10A. So 10A is equal to A into, what is 1 plus, what is my rate of interest now? Rate of interest is Y. So 1 plus Y into amount, time period is 30 years. So 1 plus Y into 30 divide by 100. Now this is A and A get cancelled, and 1 will go to the left hand side. So this will become 9 is equal to, the 0 get cancelled. So 3Y by 10. So 9 is equal to 3Y by 10. I can write this 9 goes 3 times. So Y is equal to 30%. Y is equal to 30%. So in the first case, after solving, I am getting X is equal to 20%. The rate of interest in the first case 20%, and the rate of interest in the second case, which is Y, it comes out as 30%. Thus I can write the value of Y minus X. Y minus X is equal to 30 minus 20, and this is equal to 10%. The value of 30 minus 20 is 10%, and therefore I can say the value of Y minus X is 10. So now we have, in this question it is given that Arjun, Ram and Sahil divided some sweets among themselves. Arjun received 1/5 of the number of sweets that Sahil received, and Ram received 60% of the total number of sweets. So what I'll do, I'll assume total number of sweets, total sweets is equal to n. Now Arjun, Ram and Sahil divided some sweets among themselves. So Arjun, there are 3 people, Arjun, Ram and Sahil. Firstly, it is given that Arjun received 1/5 of the number of sweets that Sahil received. So if I say that Sahil received 5x chocolates, Arjun received 1/5 of the 5x, and thus x. Why I have assumed this as 5x? Because if I assume this as x, this will become x by 5, and I don't want to basically involve myself into fractions much. So that's why I assumed Sahil has 5x, and thus Arjun has got 1/5 of the sweets received by Sahil. So 1 by 5 into 5x, which is x. And it is further given that Ram receives 60% of the total number of sweets. So 60% means if there are n sweets, so 60% of n is 3 by 5 into n, or I can write 3n by 5. Now, what I can do, basically I know all of the sweets are divided among Arjun, Ram and Sahil. So x plus 3n by 5 plus 5x, this should be equal to n. This should be equal to total number of sweets. So I can write x plus 3n by 5 plus 5x is equal to n, or I can write 6x is equal to n minus 3n by 5, or 6x is equal to 2n by 5, and thus I can write x is equal to n by 15. If I further solve this, x will come out as n by 15. So if I further write this down, what is the number of chocolates Arjun will get? Arjun will get n by 15 chocolates, n by 15 sweets. What is the number of sweets which Ram will get? Ram will get 3n by 5, which will remain 3n by 5 only. And Sahil will get 5x chocolates. So Sahil will get 5 into x is 5 into n by 15, which is n by 3. Now if we sum this up, n by 3 plus 3n by 5, this is equal to 9n by 15 and 5n. 14n by 15 plus n by 15, this is 15n by 15 or 50n. So the sum of all these 3 is n, and therefore I can say what is the ratio of number of sweets received by Arjun to that of Ram? So I have to find out the ratio of Arjun is to Ram. What is Arjun? Arjun is n by 15. What is Ram? Ram is 3n by 5. I'll multiply both of these by 15 and multiply both of these quantities by 15. what I'll get is n is to 3n by 5 into 15 will be 5 into 15 divided by 5 is 3, so n is to 9n, and thus I can write Arjun is to Ram is 1 is to 9. Arjun is to Ram is 1 is to 9, and therefore I can say the correct answer will be option B, which is 1 is to 9. So it is given that a number is decreased by 25% and then increased by 25%. So let's say I have a number n. It is first decreased by 25%. It is first decreased by 25% and then it is increased by 25%. It is first decreased by 25% and then increased by 25%. So if I say decreased by 25%, 25% I can write 25% is equal to 25 by 100 and this is equal to 1 by 4. So n is first decreased by 25% means n is first reduced by 1 by 4. So n is first reduced by 1 by 4, this is equal to 3n by 4. N is first reduced by 1 by 4, it is equal to 3n by 4. Now it is then increased by 25%. So n is now increased by 25% means this is plus 1 by 4, or I can write this will be equal to n is first reduced by 1 by 4, this is 1 minus 1 by 4, which is 3n by 4. Now it is increased by 25%, so 3n by 4 into 1 plus 1 by 4, or I can further write this as 3n by 4 into 5 by 4, or this can be further written as 15n by 4. So n after decreasing by 25% and then increasing by 25% will become 15n by 16. This is 15n by 16. So decreasing by 25% and increasing by 25% will make it 15n by 16. Now the resulting number, that is this 15n by 16, is 8 less than original number. So this 15n by 16 is 8 less than original number, which is n minus 8. So this 15n by 16 is 8 less than original number. Thus I can say n minus 8 is equals to 15n by 16, and thus I can take this 15n by 16 to the left hand side and 8 to the right hand side. N by 16 is equal to 8, or I can write n is equal to 128. So n is equal to 128 will be my original number, and it is asking for the original number, which is option A, 128. So Ajay has two varieties of rice, one costing rupees 40 per kg. Let's say there are two varieties of rice. It says A and B. Let's say A and B are the two varieties of rice. So A is rupees 40 per kg and the other is rupees 28 per kg. Okay. So A is, let's say, 40 per kg and B is 28 per kg. In what ratio should he mix them so that by selling the mixture at rupees 42 per kg, he makes a profit of 20%? Okay, let's say this A is A kgs and this B is small b kgs. The quantity of A type of rice is A kgs and the second variety of rice is B kgs. Now he wants to sell the mixture at 42 per kg and he makes a profit of 20%. So what it is saying, that selling price is rupees 42 per kg, and at this selling price he is earning a profit of 20%. He is earning a profit of 20%. Thus I can say, since selling price is equal to cost price into 1 plus profit percentage by 100. So thus I can say, if my selling price is 42, cost price I have to find out 1 plus what is profit? Profit is 20%. So 1 plus 20 by 100. Thus I can write Cp into 1.2 is equals to 42, or I can further write this as Cp is equals to rupees 35. This means the cost price of the overall mixture, the cost price of this overall mixture should be rupees 35 per kg. Because if you are selling it at rupees 40 per kg, you are making a profit of 20%. Thus, the cost price of this mixture, which is A kgs and B kg, A kgs of variety A and B kgs of variety B, should be rupees 35 per kg. Now, if A is A kgs and it is rupees 40 per kg, so total value of A rice will be rupees 40A. Total cost price of variety A will be rupees 40 into small a. Total price of variety B will be 28 into small b, which is 28B. The total price of the total cost price of the variety B will be 28 into B. So this is total cost price is 40A plus 28B. Now the entire mixture can be sold at rupees 35 per kg. That is, if I have A kgs from A and B kgs from B, so the total quantity will be for this is A plus B kgs. So total quantity is A plus B kgs. I can sell this A plus, the cost price of this A plus B kgs will be 35 per kg. So I can also write this as total cost price can also be written as 35 into A plus B. 35 into A plus B, because my overall cost price for the mixture is rupees 35 per kg. This was my individual cost price, rupees 40A and rupees 28B, which is the individual cost price for variety A and variety B. So 40A plus 28B can be written as 35 into A plus 35 into B. So 40A plus 28B is equals to 35A plus 35B. Now if I take this to the left hand side and this to the right hand side, I'll get 5A is equal to 7B, or I can further write this as A upon B is equal to 7 upon 5. Thus I can get the ratio of the mixture, that is A is to B. I can write 7 is to 5 or 5 is to 7. If I just check the options, the ratio of the mixtures can be 5 is to 7 or 7 is to 5. Both are the correct options, because it's not giving the order in which we have to find out the ratio. So the correct order will be 5 is to 7, option E. So let me solve this for you. When 4900 is divided by the square of a number and the result is multiplied by 20, the final product is 500. So 4900 is divided when 4900 is divided by the square of a number. Let's say this number is n. So 4900 when divided by the square of a number, which is n square, and the result, that is this 4900 divided by n square, is multiplied by 20. So 1400 into n square multiplied by 20. The final product is final product is 500. So this is our equation which we have to solve. I can take n square to the right hand side and 500 we can bring to the denominator. So 4900 into 20 divided by 500 will be equal to n square. The 0 get cancelled and this 20 goes by 5 4 times. So n square I can write it as 49 into 4, or I can write it as n square is equal to 196. Now if you should know that 14 square is 196. So if I take under root both sides, n will come out as to be 14, and thus what we have to find out, what is the number? So we have to find out the value of n, and the value of n is 14, which is option C. For what value of m will the roots of the quadratic equation x square plus 6x plus m be rational and unequal? So if you want the roots to be rational and unequal, what you have to do is basically your d should be a perfect square. What is your d? D is your discriminant. Discriminant, or d is equal to b square minus 4ac. Let's say if your quadratic equation is ax square plus bx plus c equal to 0, then your discriminant should be that is b square minus 4ac should be should be a perfect square. Discriminant should be a perfect square. Why? Because if you see what is your roots, the roots of the equation are minus b plus minus under root b square minus 4ac divided by 2a. Now if this value also it should not be equal to 0. It should not be equal to 0. The discriminant should not be equal to 0 and discriminant should be a perfect square. Why it should not? It should be a perfect square because we want rational roots, and why it should not be equal to 0? Because we want unequal roots. The reason for this is, let's say if this is a perfect square which is not equal to 0, that b square minus 4ac is a perfect square. Let's say it is 16. B square minus 4ac is 16. Now if I take the under root of b square minus 4ac, what I'll get this as 4. Now you can see my b value and 2a value in this equation, x square plus 6x plus m. In this equation you can see my a value is 1 and b value is 6. A is 1, b is 6. So my a is a rational number, my b is a rational number, and this part which is under root b square minus 4ac is also a rational number. Why? Because b square minus 4ac is a perfect square, so under root will always give me a rational number only. Let's say if my perfect square is 49, if b square minus 4ac is 49, so under root of 49 will be what? It will be equal to 7. So minus b minus my b is a rational number, my a is a rational number, so 2a will also be a rational number, and this is also a rational number. Under root b square minus 4ac will also be a rational number, and ultimately my two roots will be rational only. Now why it should not be equal to 0? It should not be equal to 0 because if I put this as 0, what I will get is minus b plus minus 0 upon 2a, or thus both of my roots will be minus b upon 2a. Both my roots will be minus b upon 2a, and thus this condition which is unequal will not be satisfied. The both of my roots will become equal. They will be rational. Both of the roots will be rational, but they will become equal. Now we want rational roots and unequal roots. So what we want is basically, if my quadratic equation is x square plus 6x plus m is equal to 0, I need b square minus 4ac to be perfect square, to be a perfect square. So what is b square? B square is 36 minus 4, a is 1 and c is 1, c is m. So 36 minus 4m should be a perfect square. So when it can be a perfect square? It can be a perfect square when m is equal to 0. When m is equal to 0, it can be a perfect square, because m is equal to 0, this value will become 36 and this is a perfect square. When m is equal to 5, this will also be a perfect square because it is 16. 36 minus 4 into 5 is 20. So 36 minus 20 is 16. Now when m is equal to 9, this will be 0 and we don't want 0. We clearly said that discriminant should be a perfect square and discriminant should not be equal to 0. Discriminant should be a perfect square and discriminant should not be equal to 0. Thus the only two cases are either m is equal to 0 or m is equal to 5. So what value of m will the roots of the quadratic equation will be rational and equal? We are not provided the value of m as 0. The only value of m which is provided to us is 5 in the options. So thus option D, 5 will be the correct answer. So diameter of a circle. So we have a circle. Diameter of a circle is equal to the side of a square whose diagonal is 28 root 2. So let's say this is my square. This is my side A. So A will be all the four sides will be A. The diameter of a circle is equal to side of a square. So this value, that is the diameter of circle, is A only. The diameter of circle is equal to the side of a square whose diagonal is 28 root 2. So this value, the diagonal is 28 root 2. So what we can do is basically we can use the Pythagoras theorem. So a square plus a square should be equal to 28 root 2 ka whole square. Thus I can write 2a square is equal to 2 into 28 ka whole square. This 2 and 2 get cancelled. So a square will be equal to 28 square, or I can further write it a is equal to 28. So a is equal to 28 units. A is equal to 28 units. Now, if a is equal to 28 units, I can further write my diameter is equal to a only. Thus, my diameter will be equal to 28 units. What will be my radius? Radius will be a by 2. Radius will be a by 2 and thus I can write 14 units. Radius will be a by 2 and thus I can write 14 units. Now, if radius is 14 units, what I have to find out? I have to find out what will be the perimeter of the circle. So, perimeter of the circle will be, perimeter is equal to 2 pi r. Now, what is 2? 2 into what is pi? Pi value is 22 by 7 and what is radius? Radius is 14 units. So, 2 into 22 by 7 into 14, this is equal to 2 into 22 into 2, this is equal to 88 centimeter. Thus, I can write perimeter is equal to 88 centimeter and therefore option E 88 units, 88 units and therefore option E 88 will be the correct answer. So, it is given the length of a rectangle is 5 centimeter more than its breadth. So, length is equal to breadth plus 5. The perimeter is 70 centimeters. The perimeter is equal to 70 centimeter. Now, we have a rectangle and rectangle's perimeter is 2 times length plus breadth. So, 2L plus B is equal to 70. So, this goes 35 times. So, L plus B is equal to 35. I can just substitute L is equal to B plus 5. So, B plus 5 plus B is equal to 35. Thus, I can write 2B is equal to 30, or I can further write this as B is equal to 15 centimeter. B is equal to 15 centimeter. Now, if B is 15, I can substitute the value of B in B as 15 here, and thus I can get L is equal to B plus 5 or 15 plus 5. L is equal to 20 centimeter. L is equal to 20 centimeter. So, B is equal to 15 centimeter, L is equal to 20 centimeter. We have to find out the length of the diagonal. So, length of the diagonal of a rectangle is equal to under root length square plus breadth square. So, under root L square plus B square. Now, what is L square? L square is 20 square. And what is B square? B square is 15 square. So, 20 square plus 15 square is 400 plus 225 or under root 625. Or thus I can write diagonal length will be equal to 25 centimeter and therefore option A, which is 25 centimeter, is the correct answer. So this is a property of a circle. So if I say this is my circle and this is my chord and this is my center. If this chord is subtending, let's say angle alpha at the center. If this chord is subtending angle alpha at the center, then this chord AB will subtend at the circumference which is alpha by 2. This angle will be half of this angle. The angle subtended at center will be twice of the angle subtended at the circumference. So angle, it is said angle subtended at center, angle subtended. Okay, let's write this again. Angle subtended at center is equals to twice of angle subtended at circumference. Thus I can write, if this is the case, I can say this 140 degree will be twice of this k value. So this 2k, if I just solving this diagram, 2k is equal to 140 degree, or I can further write k is equal to 70 degrees. Now it is giving that the quantity x is k. So quantity x is equal to 70 degrees and quantity y is 85 degrees. So y is equal to 85 degrees. Now x is 70, y is 85. What I can say is x is less than y. X is less than y, and therefore option C is the correct answer. The area of the largest circle that can be inscribed in a square is 154 square units. The area of the largest circle that can be inscribed in a square. Let's say this is my square. Again, this is similar to what there was in the previous question. So this is my square and there is one circle which is inscribed in a square. And now it is the largest circle. So largest circle inscribed means basically the circle is touching all the four sides of the square. So it is 154 square units. So the area of the largest circle, so this circle area is 154 square units. Again, when the circle is inscribed in a square, what I can say, diameter of circle is equal to side of square. Diameter of circle is equal to side of square. Thus I can write, if this is 154 centimeter square, area of circle can be written as pi r square. The pi r square is 154, pi is what, 22 by 7 into r square is equal to 154. This 22 goes 7 times, so r square is equal to 7 into 7, which is 49, and thus I can write r is equal to 7 centimeter. Now if radius is 7 centimeter, my diameter will be 2r. Diameter will be 2r, which is equal to 14 centimeter. Now circle is inscribed in a square, thus I can say diameter of the circle will be equal to side of square, and therefore I can write side of square will be equal to 14 centimeter. Side of square to be equal to 14 centimeter. We have to ultimately find the area of the square. So area of the square will be, you can use the side of square, area of the square is equal to side square. Thus area of the square can be equal to 14 ka whole square, and thus area is equal to 196 centimeter square. So area is equal to 196 centimeter square, and therefore option C, 196 centimeter square, instead of centimeter I can use it as units. Thus the option C, which is 196 square units, will be the correct answer. A circle is inscribed in a square whose diagonal is 4 root 2 centimeter. So there is a circle which is inscribed in a square. So there is this square, and the circle is inscribed in a square. The circle is inscribed in a square whose diagonal is 4 root 2 centimeter. This is 4 root 2 centimeter. Now we know when a circle is inscribed in a square, diameter of circle, when the circle is inscribed inside the square, so diameter of circle will be equal to side of the square. Diameter of the circle will be equal to side of the square. So let's say if this is my A units or A centimeter, this will also be my A centimeter. I am given the diagonal to be 4 root 2. So I can write A square plus A square is equal to 4 root 2 ka whole square. Thus I can write 2A square is equal to 2 into 16, and thus I can write A square is equal to 16, or I can write A is equal to 4 centimeter. Now if my A is equal to 4 centimeter, what I can say that my side length of the square is 4 centimeter. Now what is the diameter of circle? Diameter of circle is equal to side of square. So what I can write, diameter of this circle will be equal to 4 centimeter. Now if diameter is 4 centimeter, what I can say, the radius will be equal to 2 centimeter. If diameter is 4, radius is 2. Ultimately, we have to find out the area of the circle. So area of the circle is pi r square. Area is pi r square. So area is equal to pi into 2 ka whole square, and thus I can write 4 pi centimeter square is the area of the circle, and therefore option B, 4 pi centimeter square will be the correct answer. This product of two numbers is equals to HCF multiplied by LCM of these two numbers. You have to just remember this formula to be able to answer this question. Product of two numbers should be equal to HCF multiplied by the LCM of the two numbers. Now it is given the HCF and LCM of two numbers is 21 and 1260. If one of the number is 105, we have to find out the other number. So what I can say, let the other number be n. So n into 105, one of the number is 105 and the other number is n. So n into 105 will be equal to product of HCF and LCM. So what is HCF? HCF is 21, and what is LCM? LCM is 1260. Now if I just divide this, 105 divided by 21 is 5, and 1260 divided by 5 is roughly around 252. Yes, 252. So thus I can write n is equals to 252. Thus my other number will be equal to 252, and thus option D, 252 will be the correct answer. HCF into LCM will be equal to product of two numbers. Now HCF is 24, so HCF is equal to 24. What is LCM? LCM is 360. So 24 into 360 is equal to, one of the number is 72. We have to find out the other number. Let it be n. So n into 72. Now 360 divided by n, 360 divided by 72 is 5. Thus I can write n is equal to 24 multiplied by 5, or n is equal to 120. Thus option D, 120 is the correct answer. So HCF of fractions 1 by 2, you have, in order to find the HCF of fractions, the HCF of fractions can be found out by HCF of numerator. So remember this formula, HCF of numerator divided by LCM of denominators. HCF of numerators divided by LCM of denominators. So what is the HCF of, what are the numerators? Numerators is 1 and 3. So we have to find out the HCF of 1, 3. And what is the denominator? Denominators are 2, 2. So divide by LCM of denominator, which is 2, 2. Now HCF of 1, 3 is what? HCF of 1, 3 is 1 only. And what is the LCM of 1? LCM of 2, 2. Since both the numbers are same, so LCM will remain the same, which is 2. Thus HCM of the given fractions will be 1 by 2. HCF of 1 by 2, 3 by 2 will be equal to 1 by 2. And also you can clearly see the highest common factor will be 1 by 2 only, because 3 by 2 can be written as 3 into 1 by 2. So thus the highest common factor will be 1 by 2, and therefore option B, 1 by 2 will be the correct answer. We have to find out the number which is exactly divisible by 2, number nearest to 2559, which is exactly divisible by 35. So you don't have to do anything, you have to just divide it by 35 to get the exact number. So when you divide 2559 by 35, the remainder, when you do this 2559 mod 35, you will get 4 as the remainder. You will get 4 as the remainder. When you divide 2559 divided by 35, you can divide 255. Let's say how I got it to 4, let me just explain. So 35 can be written as 5 into 7. 35 can be written as 5 into 7. Now both 5 and 7 are prime numbers, are co-prime. So whatever the remainder I get with 5, and whatever the remainder I get at 7, if both of them are same, I'll get the same remainder with 35 as well. So if I divide 2559 by remainder of 2559 by 5, I'll get 4, because 2559 mod 4 mod 5 will be equal to 4. Why? Because the unit digit should be 5 or 0 in order to get a in order to be completely divisible by 5. Now if I take the other number, which is 2559 modulus 7, Now this is 7 3 are 21, which is 45 now, 7 6 are 42, 39 left, and 7 5 are 35. So again, the remainder is same. When you divide 2559 by 5 and 2559 by 7, the remainder remains the same, which is 4. Thus I can say the remainder, since both of them are co-prime numbers, so 2559 modulo 35, that is product of both the numbers, which is 5 into 7, which is 35. So 2559 modulo 35 will remain the same, which is 4. This is the this is on the basis of remainders property. Like if two co-prime numbers are giving the same remainder, then the product of those numbers will also give the same remainder. This is 4. Now, if the remainder is 4, what I can say, I can just subtract 4 from 2559. I can just subtract 4 from 2559 and ultimately I'll get the value of 2555. So the number which is closest to 2559 is 2555, which is completely divisible by 35, and therefore option B will be the correct answer. So this was a difficult question. An even number leaves a remainder of 9 when divided by 11. So let's say, so even number, so there's some even number A. So A is even. It leaves a remainder of 9 when divided by 11. So A can be written as 11k plus 9. 11k plus 9. Why? Because 11, it is when divided by 11, it leaves the remainder as 9. So k can be the quotient and 9 will be the remainder. So A can be written as 11k plus 9. Now A is an even number. Now I know 9 is odd, 11 is odd. So any number which is multiplied by an odd number. So first of all, this 9 is an odd number and this A is an even number. Now if I add even plus odd, I'll get an odd number. But my A is an even number. Thus I must say that 11k should also be even, because odd plus odd will be even. My 9 is an even number. My 9 is an odd number. This should also be an odd number, because then only I am getting A as the even number, which is, it clearly says that even number leaves a remainder of 9 when divided by 11. So this 11k should be an odd number. Now if 11 is odd and I want 11k to be odd as well, if 11 is an odd number and I want 11k to be odd number as well, k should be odd. K should be odd, because if k is even, what will happen? 11k will become an even number. Let's say if k is 2, 11 into 2 will be equal to 22, which will be an even number. Again k is 4, 11 into 4 will be equal to 44, thus again an even number. So any number 11k, so any number, if I say k is odd 3, 5, 7, it will be 33, 55, 77, and thus 11k will be odd. Thus it must satisfy that k should be an odd number. K should be an odd number. Now if k is an odd number, I can write k is equal to 2a plus 1. If k is an odd number can be represented as 2 into multiplied by any number plus 1. K is equal to 2a plus 1. This is a general form for an odd number. General form for an odd number. Now if I put this k is equal to 2a plus 1 into this, a can be written as 11 into 2a plus 1 plus 9. So a can be written as 11 into 2 is 22a, so 22a plus 11 plus 9. Thus a can be written as 22a plus 20. A can be written as 22a plus 20. Now it is asking what is the remainder when it is divided by 22. Now if I divide this number by 22, what will happen? A divided by 22 will be equal to a plus 20 divided by 22. So what will happen? This 20 won't be divisible. This a will be the quotient and 20 won't be divisible. So this 20 will be the remainder, because 20 cannot be divisible by 22. This 22a, this part will be divisible by 22, but this 20 is not divisible by 22, and therefore I can say 20 will be the remainder. So when this number a is divided by 20, my remainder will be, when this number a is divided by 22, my remainder will be 20, and therefore option B, which is 20, is the correct answer. The set of remainders obtained when n to the power 4 is divided by 8 for all natural numbers n. So there is an n which is, all of these n are natural numbers. Now if n is a natural number, there are two possibilities. N can be an odd number or n can be an even number. N can be an odd number and n can be an even number. Now if it is an even number, it can be written as the form of 2k. N is equal to 2k. Now if it is an odd number, it can be written as the form of 2k plus 1. Now, first of all, very easy way to solve this type of question is assume the numbers. Assume n is equal to 6. Take the cases n is equal to 6. Now, n is equal to 4, let's say. So, when 4 to the power 4, it is 256. 256 is completely divisible by 8. Now, take n is equal to 2. 2 to the power 4 is 16. 16 is again completely divisible by 8. So, when n is even, you can certainly say that the remainder will be 0. Now, assume certain odd numbers. Now, when you take n is equal to 1, so 1 to the power 4 is 1 and 1 divided by 8, remainder will be 1. Now, let's take n is equal to 3. 3 to the power 4 is 81 and 81 divided by 8 will leave you remainder 1. Now, let's take n is equal to 5. 5 to the power 4 is 625 and when you divide 625 by 8, the remainder will be 1 again. So, you can say with that logic, you can just say that the answer will be 0, 1. Using certain test cases, let's say n is equal to 1 to 6, you can use all these values and get the gist of it if you want to solve it quickly. So, this is the way of solving this question quickly. Either you can say, you can consider some values of n, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 and up till that you can just easily solve it, easily get the answer like what exactly can be the remainder. Now, what is the actual way for doing this? So, if n is odd, it can be written as 2k plus 1. If n is even, it can be written as 2k. Let's say if n is even, thus n to the power 4 is equal to what? 2k to the whole power 4. Or 2k to the whole power 4 will be equal to 16k to the whole power 4. Now, this 16k to the whole power 4, this is completely divisible by 8. This is completely divisible by 8. It is completely divisible by 8. Thus, I can say whenever n is even, any value of n, because k can be anything, k can be 1, k can be 2, k can be 3, k can be 100. For any even value of n, the remainder will be 0. For any even value of n, the remainder will be 0. Now, let's say if n is equal to odd. So, n to the power 4 can be written as 2k plus 1 to the whole power 4. 2k plus 1 to the whole power 4. Now, if you know the binomial expansion of, if I just write this as 1 plus 2k to the whole power 4 and 1 plus a to the whole power n can be written as nc0 plus nc1 into a plus nc2 into a square plus up to ncn to the whole power a power n. So, this is the binomial expansion of 1 plus a to the whole power n. You don't have to remember this thing. It is used in not a lot of questions. Even without using this, you could have just got the answer just solving by just using just using certain test cases for n is equal to 135 or 246. Now, n is equal to 1 plus 2k to the whole power 4. Now, if I use this formula and nc0, nc1 is basically representing the combination point. So, this can be written as n is 4 now. So, I can write 4c0 plus 4c1 into a is 2k. A is 2k. So, 4c1 into 2k plus 4c2 into 2k ka whole square plus 4c3 into 2k ka whole cube plus 4c4 into 2k to the whole power 4. To further simplify this, 4c0 will be 1, 4c1 will be 4 and 4 into 2k is 8k. 4c2 is 6 and 2k ka whole square is 4k square. So, this can be written as 24k square. 4c3 is 4 and 2k ka whole cube is 8k cube. So, 4 into 8k cube is 32k cube. 32k cube. Now, 4c4 is 1 and 2k to the whole power 4 is 16k4. So, 2k to the whole power 4 is 16k4 and 4c4 is 1. So, this can be written as 16k to the whole power 4. Thus, I can write 1 plus, I can take 8 common in this entire thing. 8 common in this entire thing. So, it can be written as 8k plus 3k square plus 4k cube plus 2k to the whole power 4. Now, if I say n to the power 4 is this, whenever n is odd, n to the power 4 is this. Now, this part is completely divisible by 8. This part is completely divisible by 8 because it is 8 being multiplied to this entire thing. Now, 1 is not divisible by 8. So, thus I can say the remainder will be left will be 1. The remainder that will be left will always be 1. So, whenever n is an odd number, I can just say that remainder will always be 1. So, thus I have considered both the cases that when n is even, I can say remainder will always be 0. And when n is any odd number, because k can be any value, remainder will always be 1. So, thus I can say the remainder can be either 0 and 1. Thus, option B will be the correct answer.
In this question, we are told that a seller makes two types of rice. The cost price of the first rice is 22 per kg and the cost price of the second rice is 32 per kg. When he mixes both of them, he's going to get a cost price which is going to lie in between 22 and 32. But we don't know what ratio he mixed both of this rice in. What we are told is that he sold the mixture at 35 rupees per kg. And by selling it at 35 rupees per kg, he made a profit of 25%. So what is the cost price of the mixture? That will be equal to 35 divided by 1 plus 25%, or that is equal to 1.25. What is 1.25? This is equal to 5 by 4. So 35 divided by 5 by 4 is equal to 7 into 4, which is 28 rupees per kg. This is the cost price. Now if you are mixing two mixtures, if you are mixing two types of rice and the mixer is 28 per kg, what is the ratio in which both the rice were mixed? Here you can use allegations. So to immediately figure out what is the ratio in which both of them are mixed, take the cost price of the mixture and from it subtract the cost price of the first mixture. What is 28 minus 22? That is equal to 6. So write 6 over here. Now from the second cost price, that is 32, subtract the cost price of the mixture, which is 28. 32 minus 28 is how much? It is equal to 4. Ensure that you alternate the differences. That is, when you are doing 28 minus 22, put 6 on the other side, and when you are doing 32 minus 28, put 4 on this side. So the required ratio is 4:6, which is equal to 2:3. So the ratio in which both the rice types were mixed is 2:3.
The respective ratio of the present ages of a mother and daughter is 7:1. So present age is given of mother and daughter. So I will assume the present age of mother is X and present age of daughter is Y. It is given that X is to Y, that is X is to Y is given as 7:1. Since I know that the ratio is given, so I can assume that the age of mother, present age of mother can be written as 7k. Why I am multiplying with a factor k? Because the ratio is given as 7:1. So it will be multiplied with a common you can say term, and that variable is k. So present age of mother is given and present age of daughter will become k. Now 4 years ago the respective ratio of their ages was 19:1. So what was the age of mother and daughter 4 years back? The age will be 7k minus 4 and k minus 4. Now this ratio 7k minus 4 upon k minus 4, that is ratio of age of mother and daughter 4 years ago, was given as 19:1. So if I cross multiply, I will get 7k minus 4 is equal to 19k minus 76. So if I take 7k to the right hand side, it will become 12k and it will become 72. So k is equal to 6. Now what is the question? The question is what will be the mother's age 4 years from now. So let me first calculate what is the present age of mother. The present age of mother is 7k. That is 7 into 6, that is 42. 42, and we need to find the age of mother after 4 years. So that will be 42 plus 4, which is equal to 46. So correct answer is 46. For this question, the correct answer is 46 years. Option C is the correct answer. Ram and Sita can do a work in 10 days. So Ram and Sita both can do a work in 10 days. It is given that Ram alone can complete the work in 15 days. So Ram plus Sita, if both are working together, they are able to complete the work in 10 days. Whereas if Ram is alone working, he can complete the work in 15 days. So in these type of questions, what we generally do is we assume the total work. By taking the LCM of number of days. So if I take the LCM of 10 and 15, the LCM will be 30. 30 is the number which is divisible by both 10 and 15. So I will assume total work will be 30 units. That has to be done. 30 units is the work that has to be done. Now, if both of them started to work and Ram leaves after 4 days, so both of them are working for how many days? If they are working for, if both are working for 4 days, so first let me calculate how much work is done by Ram alone in one day. So Ram is able to complete the work in 15 days and total work that has to be done is 30 units. So work done by Ram in one day is 2 units. Whereas the work done by Ram and Sita in one day will be 3 units. Why? Because Ram and Sita takes 10 days to complete the work. So in one day they are able to complete 3 units of work, that is 10 into 3 is 30 units. So Ram and Sita both are working 3 units per day. Now for the first 4 days, Ram and Sita both are working. Ram and Sita both are working for the first 4 days. So in 4 days how much work is done? 4 into 3, because each day 3 units of work can be done by Ram and Sita. So 12 units of work is already done. Now what is the remaining work? The remaining work is 30 minus 12, that is 18 units. Now how many more days Sita can complete the entire work? Since Ram is doing 2 units of work per day and Ram and Sita are doing 3 units of work per day. So the work done by Sita in one day is 1 unit. So to complete 18 units, how much time it will take to Sita? It will take 18 days to complete the 18 units of work. So correct answer of this question is option D, 18. The HCF and LCM of two numbers are 8 and 352. So HCF is given as 8 and LCM of two numbers is given as 352. I can assume the two numbers are x and y. So x and y ka HCF is 8 and x and y ka LCM is 352. Now if one of the numbers is 88, it is given that one of the numbers is 88. Find the other number. We need to find the other number. Now there is one property of HCF and LCM, that HCF into LCM is equal to product of two numbers. Product of two numbers. Here the HCF is given as 8, LCM is given as 352. So the product should be equal to product of the two numbers. This is the property. You should remember this property. So it should be equal to 88, that is the first number. Let us assume the second number is n. So if you divide it, if you divide 8, 11 is 80, 88. So when you divide 352 with 11, you will get 32 as the answer. Correct answer is 32. So two trains A and B are going in the same direction. So suppose this is train A and this is suppose train B. Both are going in the same direction with a speed of 20 km per hour and 15 km per hour. So 20 km for A and 15 km per hour for B. If the starting point of B is 200 kilometers ahead from the starting point of A, so it is given that if A is here, this is A, so B is 200 kilometers away from it. 200 kilometers away from it. So both are moving in the same direction, but the initial distance between train A and train B is given as 200 kilometers. So how long will it take A to meet with the train B? We will apply the relative velocity concept here, relative speed concept here. What it is, that when A is moving at a speed of 12 km per hour and B is moving at a speed of 15 km per hour. So first thing is, what is the distance between them? The distance between them is 200 kilometers. So relative distance between A and B is 200 kilometers. Now what is the relative speed, or you can say what is the relative speed of A and B? Suppose A is moving in this direction with a speed of 20 km per hour and B is moving in this direction with a speed of 15 km per hour. So what is the net difference of the distance between them after 1 hour? So after 1 hour, if you look, in relative velocity, what we generally do is we take the difference of the speeds when they are moving in the same direction. So the net speed of A will become 20 minus 15 is equal to 5 km per hour. That means in 1 hour, relative distance between A and B will be reduced by 5 km. So initially it was 200 km, now it is 195 km after 1 hour. So how much time it will take for A to meet with the train B? So how much time it will take? It will take total distance, relative distance is 200. Total distance upon speed. What is the relative speed? The relative speed is 5 km per hour. So it will take 40 hours for train A to meet with the train B. So correct answer is 40. Yes, 40 is the correct answer, guys. If 18,000 is invested in both simple interest and compound interest, so 18,000 is the amount which is invested in simple interest as well as compound interest. What is the difference between an interest after 2 years? Note that the interest in both the cases is equal to 10%. So time duration is 2 years for simple interest and 2 years for compound interest. Okay. Now, what is the rate of interest? The rate of interest is 10%. The rate of interest is 10%. 10% for both. Now, we need to find what is the difference in interest after 2 years. So after 2 years, what will be the interest in case of simple interest? Simple interest formula is P into R into T upon 100. Okay. So principal is 18,000. Rate of interest is 10 into time duration is 2 upon 100. This is the simple interest after 2 years. What about compound interest? For compound interest, the formula is P into 1 plus R upon 100 power 2 minus P, because P into 1 plus R upon 100 power T is basically the total amount after T years. The total amount after T years. But I am concerned about the compound interest. So I will take the difference with the principal amount. So this value will be P is 18,000 and 1 plus 10 upon 100 whole square minus 18,000. Okay. If I take 18,000 common, so it is 1.1 whole square minus 1, which is 18,000 into 0.21. Okay, because 1.1 is 1.21 and 1.21 minus 1 is 0.21. And if I solve this, 2 zeros will get cancelled. So it is 1800 into 2, that is 3600 is the simple interest. And for compound interest, this value will be, if I calculate this value, this is 18,000 into 0.21, which is 3780. Yes. And the difference between these two, compound interest and simple interest, is 3780 minus 3600, which is 3780 minus 3600, which is equal to 180. So this is the standard method to solve this question. Now, if you know the concept, what is the compound interest? Simple interest and compound interest for first year is same. If you remember this thing, then you will understand how we can quickly calculate what will be the difference between the simple interest and compound interest for 2 years. For second year, simple interest and compound interest is same. So these two values for first year and second year will be same. But what changes in the compound interest? So for compound interest, you will get for the first year principal plus rate of interest. For the second year, you are calculating the interest on principal plus the interest that is earned on the first year, right? So this principal again will give some interest for the next year. So that will be same as simple interest. So I need to just calculate what is the interest on interest for the second year. So interest for the first year will be 1800 because the rate of interest is 10%. So 1800 is the total interest for the first year. For the second year, same interest will be there for simple interest, but for compound interest 1800 plus 10% of 1800, which is 180. So 180 is the difference between simple and compound interest. Okay. In how many ways can the letters of the word whistling can be arranged? So the word is whistling. So W H I Z Z L I N G. So is there any letter which is repeating? Which is repeating again? So I is repeating 2 times, Z is repeating 2 times. All the letters are repeating only 1 time. So the formula of arranging the letters, if all the letters are different, it is n factorial. If n letters are there in a word, to the number of ways in which it can be arranged is n factorial. For example, if I ask you what is the number of ways in which I can arrange the letters of the word cat, so that answer will be 3 factorial, that is 6 ways. Why? Because it is equal to the number of letters present in the word. Here the number of letters are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. There are 9 letters. So the answer should be 9 factorial. But here Z and I are repeating, like Z and I are repeating 2 times. So I is present 2 times, Z is present 2 times. So it will not be equal to 9 factorial. So in case any letter is repeating multiple number of times, so what we generally do is we divide it with the factorial. So I is repeating 2 times, so I will divide it with 2 factorial. Z is repeating 2 times, therefore I will divide with 2 factorial. So the answer will be 9 factorial upon 2 factorial into 2 factorial. This will be the correct answer. Now what is the value of 9 factorial? 9 factorial is 9 into 8 into 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and 2 into 2 is 4. So I can just cancel this. So this is 2 3 is 6, 6 5 is 30. 30 into 6 is 180. 180 multiplied by 9 8 is 72. 72 into 7. 72 into 7. So these numbers has to be multiplied and this will give me the correct answer. So what is the value of this? 180 into 180 into 72 into 7. So correct answer is 90,720. So option E is the correct answer. A boat takes 4 hours to travel from P to Q upstream. So P to Q, this is upstream. So this is upstream and this is downstream. Okay, it takes 4 hours to boat to reach to Q. If the distance between P and Q is 20 km, if this distance is given as 20 km and the speed of boat in still water is 3 times the speed of stream. So speed of boat is given as 3x and the speed of stream is can be assumed as x, because it is given that the speed of the boat is 3 times the speed of the stream. So if I assume the speed of the stream is x, therefore the speed of the boat will become 3x. Now think of when the boat is moving from downstream to upstream, what is the effect? When boat is moving from here, it is moving with a speed of 3x, but the water is coming from upstream to downstream with a speed of x. So the net speed of the boat will be 3x minus x, because boat is moving upstream and the river is moving down. So the net speed will be 3x minus x. So the net speed will be 2x. So the total time taken is 4 hours. So total distance that has to be traveled is 20 km. Between P and Q the distance is 20 km. So distance upon speed. What is the net speed of the boat? The net speed of the boat is 3x minus x. And how much time it is taking for the boat to reach from P to Q? That is given as 4 hours. So 20 upon 2x is equal to 4. Therefore, the value of x is equal to 2.5. So, speed of boat will be equal to 3 into 2.5, which is 7.5. And speed of stream will be equal to 2.5 kilometer per hour. Now, once I figured the values of speed of boat and speed of stream. Now, what is asked? How much time will the boat take to travel from Q to P? So, when I am moving downstream, the distance remains same. The distance is 20 kilometer only. So, total distance is 20 only. But what is the effect on the speed? Downstream speed will be equal to speed of boat plus speed of river. Both are moving in the same direction. So, it will be 7.5 plus 2.5, that is 10 kilometer per hour. The net speed of the boat will be 10 km per hour in the case of downstream. So, total time taken will be 20 upon 10, which is 2 hours. So, option B is the correct answer. The compound interest on a certain sum of money for a period of 3 years at 10% per annum is 331. So, let us assume the principal amount is P. The time duration is 3 years. The rate of interest is 10% per annum. Okay. Now, we need to find the principal amount. We know what is the total interest. Total interest is 331. Total interest is 331 for the 3 years. So, what is the formula for the amount in compound interest? Amount is equal to P into 1 plus R upon 100 power T. Now, what is the formula for getting the compound interest? I will do subtraction. If I want to know the interest, that is compound interest, the formula is P into 1 plus R upon 100 power T minus P. So, here the principal is P. So, I will just keep P. 1 plus, what is rate of interest? Rate of interest is 10. 10 upon 100 power 3, because T is the number of years. Here the number of years is 3 minus P. This value is given as 331. So, if I see, this is P into 1.1 whole cube minus P, which is given as 331. Now, what is the value of 1.1 whole cube? 1.1 whole cube is 1.331 into P minus P is equal to 331. So, if you subtract this, what you are getting? You will get P into 0.331 is equal to 331. So, this will get cancelled with 1000, because 0.331 when multiplied with 1000, it will give me 331. So, the value of principal is 1000. So, correct answer of this question is option C. Yes, option C is the correct answer. The average of a class of 19 students is 21 years. So, in a class, suppose this is a class, there are 19 students. Okay. And it is given the average of 19 students is 21 years. So, if I ask you, what is the average of the class? The average of class is 21 years. How do I get the average? If I add all the students' age and divide with 19, because there are 19 students in the class, I will get 21. So, if I ask you what is the sum of all the students' age in the class, that sum of all the 19 students' age will be equal to 19 into 21. Okay. Now, if the age of the professor is also included, the average age of the 20 people becomes 23. Initially, there were 19 people. Now, there are 20 people. So, now there are 20 people and their average is given as 23. So, what is the sum of 19 people plus the professor's age? So, sum of all 20 people, all 20 will be, sum of age of all 20 people will be 20 into 23. which is equal to 460. Now 460 is the age of all the 19 students plus the age of the professor. I know what is the age of the 19 students. What is the age of the 19 student? What is the sum of the age of 19 students? That is 19 into 21. So if I subtract 460 with 19 into 21, I will get age of the professor, because here professor is not counted, here professor is counted. So the difference between 460 and 19 into 21, 19 into 21 is 399. So the difference between these two will give me the age of the professor. The age of the professor will be 460 minus 399, that is 61 years. So correct answer is option D. Two brothers invest money to start a pizza business. Okay. The elder brother invests 20,000. The younger brother invests 15,000. The younger brother withdraws his investment 4 months before the end of the year. If the elder brother gets 2,000 as a profit, what will be the younger brother get? So basically in this type of questions, the logic is the amount invested multiplied with the time duration for which the amount was invested. Time duration. This will determine the amount or profit that a person will be getting. So if I want to compare for two people, A and B, how much amount of profit they will get, first I need to multiply the principal or the investment made by that person A into the duration for which the person has invested the amount. Similarly, I will calculate for B and I will take the ratio. The ratio will give me the split of the profit, that this is the split of the profit, and the ratio should be the amount invested into the time duration for which the amount was invested. So in case of elder brother, the amount invested was 20,000, and for younger brother the amount invested was 15,000. Now it is given that the younger brother withdraws the investment 4 months before the end of the year. So out of 12 months, he just invested for 8 months. So for younger brother, the investment was for 8 months. But for elder brother, the investment was for 12 months. So this is the ratio in which they should get the amount of profit. Now, it is given that the elder brother gets 2,000 as profit. Elder brother is getting 2,000 as profit. Now, what is 12 into 20,000? 12 into 20,000 is, if I just take the ratio, if I just cancel 3 zeros, this is 240 is to 15 into 8, that is 120. So the profit ratio should be 240 is to 120 or 2 is to 1. The profit sharing should be that the elder brother should get profit of 2, then the younger brother should get a profit of 1. Right now elder brother is getting a profit of 2,000, therefore the younger brother should get a profit of 1,000 because it is half the elder brother. So he will get a profit of 1,000 rupees. Who? Younger brother. Suresh invests 20,000. Yes, 20,000 in ABC Bank, which pays a simple interest of 12% per annum. Okay, so in ABC Bank and in XYZ Bank, the principal here is 20,000. The rate of interest is 12%, and this is simple interest. And for XYZ Bank is principal is 30,000, and the rate of interest is 8%. That is simple interest. What is the difference in interest earned per year from both the investments? So what is the interest in case of simple interest? In case where the interest is simple, that is P into R into T upon 100. This is the formula to calculate the simple interest. Here the time duration is 1 year. So P into R upon 100. So principal is 20,000 and rate of interest is 12%. So 20,000 into 12, 20,000 into 12 upon 100, which is the simple interest for 1 year. So this will be equal to 2400. Now coming to XYZ Bank. What is the principal here? 30,000. What is the rate of interest? 8%. So 30,000 into 8 upon 100. This will also give me 2400. So what is the difference in interest? The difference in interest earned from bank ABC and bank XYZ will be 0. Why? Because both the interests are same. So correct answer is option A. If 25% of 3/7 of 26% of a number is 136.5. First, let us assume the number is n. Now, 25% of 3/7 of 3/7 of 26% of a number n is given as 136.5. Whenever we are getting these kind of values where I am calculating 25% of a particular number, so I am just calculating what I can write here. Instead of I can write multiply sign, because 25% of 100 is 25. How do I get it? 25 divided by 100 of 100 means 25 into 100 upon 100. Similarly, it will be 25 into 3/7 into 26 by 100 into n. It is given as 136.5. Right? Now 25 and 4, and this is again 2 and 13. So this is n is equal to 136.5 into 7 to the 14, and this is 13 3 the 39, and there will be 100 also. Why? Because 25% is 25 upon 100. So this 100 will also get multiplied here. So this is the value that we have to calculate. 136.5 into 14. 136.5 into 14. 136.5 into 14 is 136.5 into 14 is 1911 divided by 39 is 49. So 4900. So 4900 is the correct answer. So option D is the correct answer. Five Lappy and 7 Mobi cost 1550. So let us assume the cost of one Lappy is X and cost of one Mobi is Y. So 5 Lappy, that is 5x, plus 7 Mobi, that is 7y, is costing 1550. Also 3 Lappy plus 5 Mobi is costing 1050. So money required to buy one Lappy and one Mobi. So 5x plus 7y is equal to 1550 and 3x plus 5y is equal to 1050. Now eliminate one of the variable. If I eliminate one of the variable, I can easily solve for x and y. So what I will do, I will try to eliminate x. For that, I will multiply the first equation with 3 and second equation with 5. So if I multiply first equation with 3, I will get 15x plus 21y is equal to, this is 3035 is 15, 16, 4650, and this will become 15x plus 25y is equal to 5250. Okay. Now can I subtract both the equation? Yes, I can subtract both the equation. So when I subtract both the equation, 15x and 15x will get cancelled. 21y minus 25y is minus 4y equal to, if I subtract this, 5250 minus 4650, this is 006, so minus 600. Therefore the value of y is equal to 150. If the value of y is 150, if I substitute here, 150 into 5 is 750. 1050 minus 750 is 300. So 3x is equal to 300. So the value of x is 100. Now, what is the cost to buy one Lappy and one Mobi, that is 150 plus 100, which is 250. So option C is the correct answer. In a nut factory, 70% of the nuts produced are blue in color, 20% of the blue nuts are defective, the remaining 30% are of green color, 20% of the total nuts produced are defective. What percentage of green nuts are defective? All the values are given in terms of percentage, so I can assume any number. So I will say, so nuts produced in a factory is equal to 100. If there are 100 nuts produced, 70% are blue. Therefore, the blue color nuts will be equal to 70. Now 20% of the blue color nuts are defective. 20% of the blue color nuts. So 20% of 70 are defective. So this defective number will be 20% of 70, or you can say 14 nuts are defective which are of blue color. Now the remaining 30% are of green color. 70% are of blue color, so 70 are of blue color, so that the remaining 30 are of green color. It is given that if 20% of total nuts are defective, 20% of total are defective. I know 14 nuts of blue color are defective. 40% of 14 nuts out of 100 nuts are defective. I know total nuts that are defective is 20%. 20% means 20 nuts are defective overall, out of which 14 are of blue color. So how many nuts are defective for green color? The nuts that are defective for green color will be 6. These are defective. Now what I need to find? What is the percentage of green nuts that are defective? Percentage of green nuts that are defective. So the defective nuts are 6 and total nuts are 30. So 6 by 30 into 100. So this value is equal to 20%. So correct answer is option C. A seller bought an article at 80% of its cost price. He marks up the price by 10% over cost price and then offers 30% discount on the product. Find his overall gain or loss percentage in the transaction. So all the values are given in the terms of percentage. So it is always better to assume the price. It is always better to assume any number. Generally I go with 100. So I will say the cost price is 100. That is, the seller bought article at 80% of his cost price. So actual cost price for the seller will be 80%. That is, actual cost price for the seller will be 80% of 100, that is 80. Cost price was 100, but seller bought at 80% of its cost price, that is, he purchased at 80 rupees. Now he marks up the price by 10% over cost price. So he marked up the price. He marked up by 10% on cost price. So the marked price will be 10% above 100 rupees. So 10% above 100 will be 110. So marked price is 110. And then he offers a discount of 30% on the product. Now if the marked price is 110 and he is giving a discount of 30% and he is giving a discount of 30%, so what is the selling price? What is the selling price for this particular article? So selling price will be 110 into 0.7, because the selling price is 30% discount on the marked price. So 30% discount means it is sold at a 0.7 times 110. So this price is 77. Now find his overall gain and loss in percentage in this transaction. So he purchased at 80 rupees and he sold at 77 rupees. So clearly there is a loss of 3 rupees. There is a loss of rupees 3 in this transaction. So what is the percentage loss? So percentage loss will be calculated as loss upon cost price into 100. What is the loss? 3. What is the cost price? 80 into 100. Okay. So this value will be equal to 30 by 8. or you can calculate this as 3.75%. So correct answer is option E. So a fisherman travels 30 km upstream in 3 hours and 30 km downstream in 1 hour. What is the speed of the boat in still water and the speed of the stream? So let us assume the speed of the boat in still water is B and speed of the stream is S. The total distance fisherman is traveling 30 kilometers upstream and 30 kilometers downstream. So total distance is 30 kilometers. Now when he is traveling upstream, the time taken is 3 hours. The time taken is 3 hours. So what will be the net speed when the fisherman is going from downstream to upstream? That will be B minus S. That is upstream speed. What will be the downstream speed? Because in the downstream, boat and stream are moving in the same direction. So it will be B plus C, B plus S. So total distance traveled is 30 km. So the time taken in upstream is given as 3 hours. So 30 upon B minus S is equal to 3 hours and 30 upon B plus S. Why I am doing 30 upon B minus S and 30 upon B plus S? 30 is the total distance upon total speed will give me the total time. Similarly, the time here is B plus S is equal to 1. So B plus S is given as 30 and B minus S will be equal to 10. So the value of, if you solve this, you will get the value of B as 20 and S as 10 km per hour. So option A is the correct answer. So a certain amount of money was supposed to be distributed amongst Ajay, Alay and Vijay in a ratio 1:2:3, but was mistakenly distributed in the ratio 3:2:1. As a result, Ajay received rupees 150 more than he should have received. What is the total amount of money that was supposed to be distributed? So let us consider the first scenario where Ajay, Alay and Vijay were supposed to get money in the ratio 1:2:3. This was the original scenario. What is the final scenario? Well, the final scenario is that the money was distributed between Ajay, Alay and Vijay in a ratio of 3:2:1. So what is happening here? Ajay received 150 more rupees than he should have received. So right now Ajay has received 3 times 3:2:1. So 3 to 5 plus 1 6. 3 plus 2 plus 5 plus 1 6. So the amount distributed is same only, but the order is different. The amount that Ajay should get is received by Vijay. The amount Alay should get is already received by Alay, and the amount Vijay should get is received by Ajay. So if the amount that Ajay should receive initially was X and the amount that Vijay should got initially was 3X and the amount that Alay should got initially was 2X. Now Ajay is getting 3X, Alay is getting 2X and Vijay is getting X. So the difference between 3X and X, that is 2X, is equal to 150. The difference is given as 150 because Ajay is receiving 150 more rupees. Initially he was supposed to get X, now he is getting 3X. So he is getting 2X extra and that 2X is equal to 150. So the value of X is 75. Now, what is the total amount of money that was supposed to be distributed? So total amount of money that was supposed to be distributed is 3 plus 2 plus 1, that is 6x. This is the total amount of money that has to be distributed. The value of x is 75. So 6 into 75 is equal to 450. So 450 is the correct answer. The ratio of marks of Mohit and Lohit is 4:7, and that of Lohit and Mahesh is 2:3. If Mahesh secured 84 marks, then the marks secured by Mohit is. So in this kind of question, it is always better to write Mohit is to Lohit is given as 4:7. Now coming to Lohit and Mahesh. So again Lohit and Mahesh, they are getting in a ratio of 2:3. Okay, if Mahesh secured 84 marks, suppose this is 84. So what is the marks obtained by Lohit? The marks obtained by Lohit will be 2:3. So if it is 84, okay, so it should be 56. It should be 56. Why? Because the ratio is 2:3 between Lohit and Mahesh. So 56:84 is basically 2:3. So marks obtained by Lohit will be 56. If this is 4x and this is 7x, so 7x is 56. So therefore the value of x is 8. Therefore the marks of Mohit will be 4 into x, which is 4 into 8, which is 32. Yes, 32 is the correct answer. Hari got 36% in maths. So Hari got 36% in maths. This is subject. Let's say this is maths, and the paper was out of 150. So how much marks Hari got? 36% of 150. 40% in science out of 100 marks. So 40% in science out of 100 marks. So what? How much marks did he got? 40% of 100 is 40. In science, Hari got 40 marks. In maths, Hari got 36% of 150. Okay, we will calculate 36% of 150, which is basically 36 into 36, 18. 36 plus 18 is 44, 54. This is 54. 80% in geography out of 200 marks. So 80% in geography out of 200 marks, which is 160. Find out the percent of marks he got in all three subjects together. So first, what is the total marks in all three subjects? 150 plus 100 plus 200, which is equal to 300, 450. So 450 is the total marks of the paper. 450 is the total marks. 450 is the total marks. Maximum number of marks is 450. Okay. Now, total marks obtained is 54 plus 40 plus 160. This is 200 plus 254. He received 254 marks. So, out of all, what is the percentage of marks he got in all three subjects? That is 254 is the obtained marks out of 450 into 100. So 0 will get cancelled. This is 9 5 the 45. This is 2 5 the 10. So this is 2 4 the 8, 2 5 the 10, 508 divided by 9. So 9 5 the 45, 5 8, 9 6 the and 0.4. Yes, 56.4 is the correct answer. Option C is the correct answer. The price per kg of sugar is decreased by 20%. By what percentage should the consumption be increased such that expenditure remains the same? So let us assume the rate, the price of the sugar is, let's say it is 20 rupees. 20 rupees per kg. And initially we were purchasing 5 kg of sugar. So total expenditure was 20 into 5, which is 100 rupees. I assume that cost price of sugar is 20 rupees and initially I was purchasing 5 kg of sugar. So total expenditure is equal to rupees 100. Now the price of sugar is decreased by 20%. So the new price of sugar will be 0.8 into 20, that is rupees 16 per kg, because it is decreased by 20%. Now the total expenditure is again 100 rupees. Total expenditure is still 100 rupees. Okay. So by how much amount, by what percentage should the consumption be increased? So definitely if price is decreased, expenditure remains constant, then then the consumption will definitely increase. So now 16 into some value n should be equal to 100. So the value of n is 100 upon 16, which is equal to 6.25. So 6.25 kg of the sugar can be consumed now. Initially it was 5 kg. So what is the percentage increase of the sugar consumption? That is 1.25 divided by 5. That is increase in the sugar consumption. 6.25 kg minus 5 kg. That is 1.25 kg divided by what was the original consumption, 5 kg, into 100. So this value is 25%. So correct answer is option D. A train which is 125-meter long. So a train is there which is 125-meter long, is traveling at a speed of 50 km per hour. So a train which is 125-meter long is traveling at a speed of 50 km per hour. How much time it will take the train to overtake a platform of 500 meter long? So a platform is there. This is the platform. So how much time it will take for the train to cross the 500-meter long platform? So suppose this is the train and this is the platform. So this is 500. This is 500 meters and this is 125 meters. So if the train reaches here, then only we can say that train has crossed the platform. Now the total distance traveled by this point will be 500 plus 125, because this point is reaching here. So it is covering this 500 plus this 125. So total distance that has to be traveled by train is 625 meter, and the speed is 50 km per hour. That is 50 into 5 by 18, which will give me the speed in kilometer per hour, meter per second. I converted the speed from kilometer per hour to meter per second. If you want to convert, you have to multiply with 5 by 18. So total distance is 625 meter that train has to cover, and the total speed is 50 into 5 by 18, right? So total time will be distance upon speed, that is 625 divided by 50 into 5 upon 18. So 18 will come here. So 5 divided by 625 is 125. Then this is 10 divided by 5, which is 25 into 125. Now again 2 5s are 10, and this is 5 5s are 25, and 2 9s are 18. So 9 into 5 is 45. So 45 seconds it will take for the train to overtake the platform which is 500 meters long. So correct answer is option D. "12 men takes 9 days to make 60 ports. How many days will 27 men takes to make 180 ports?" Okay. So in this type kind of questions, what we generally do is we write number of people, efficiency of person, efficiency of one person, number of days, and total work. So number of people were 12. If number of people are 12 men, suppose the efficiency of one man is, let's say, E, and number of days for which they are working is 9 days, and they are able to make 60 ports. So 12 into E will be the total efficiency of 12 men in one day, and they are working for 9 days. So they are able to make 12 into E into 9. So 12 into E into 9 is the total work done. So that total work is amounting to 60 ports. Similarly, if 27 men are there and the efficiency is also same E, and they need to make 180 ports, they need to make 180 ports. So number of days required will be, how many days it will be required, we need to find this out. So let us assume the number of days is X. Instead of X, let us assume the number of days is this is 9. 12 into E into 9 is 60. Let us assume the number of days is N. So 27 into E into N is equal to 180. So what is the value of N if I divide both the equation? So this is 12 into E into 9 is equal to 60. So E and E will get cancelled. 9 3 the 27, 3 4 the 12, and 60 3 the 180. So N is equal to 4 into 3, which is 12. So 12 is the correct answer. So number of days will be 12. The cost of 11 pencil and 7 eraser is 116. Let us assume the cost of one pencil is P, the cost of one eraser is E. The cost of 11 pencil and 7 eraser is 116. Let us assume the cost of one pencil is P and the cost of one eraser is E. So 11P plus 7E is equal to 116. Similarly, the cost of 4 pencils and 9 eraser. So 4 pencil plus 9 eraser is given as 68. Find the cost of 1 pencil and 2 eraser. We need to find the cost of 1 pencil and 2 eraser. That is 1P plus 2E. Now, we have to eliminate one of the variable. Either we can eliminate P or we can eliminate E. So, what will work? I think we should eliminate E. So, we should eliminate E. That means I have to multiply the first equation with 9, the second equation with 7. If I multiply first equation with 9, I will get 99P plus 63E equal to 9 6 are 54, 4 1, 144. Then if I multiply the second equation with 7, I will get 28P plus 63E, 7 at the 56, 47. Yes. When I subtract both, so 99 minus 28, 98 is 1, this is 71P, this will get cancelled, and this is equal to, this is 8, and then 3 7, this is 6, and again 9 4, that is 5. So P will be equal to 8. The value of P will be equal to 8. Okay, P is 8. So if I substitute in the second equation, what I am getting, 32 plus 9E is equal to 68. So 9E is equal to 68 minus 32, which is 6 and 3. So E is equal to 4. So what is the value of P plus 2E? P plus 2E is equal to 16. So correct answer is option C. A is the father of B and C. So A is the father of B and C. C is 5 years younger than B. So if the age of B is small b, the age of C is B minus 5, because C is 5 years younger than B. The ratio of age of A and B is 11:5. So if the age of A is A and the age of B is B, so A is to B is given as 11:5, and the ratio of age of B and C is given as 5:4. So the ratio of B and C is given as 5:4. I know the value of C is B minus 5 because C is 5 years younger than B. So B is to B minus 5 is equal to 5:4. That is B upon B minus 5 is given as 5 upon 4. When I cross multiply, I will get 4b is equal to 5b minus 25. Therefore, b is equal to 25. Now, what is the sum of the age of A, B and C? If B is 25, that is age of B is 25. Therefore, the age of C is B minus 5, which is 20. Now coming to the age of A. The age of A. It is given that the age of A is to B is 11 is to 5. So if this is 25, so this will be equal to 55. So A for A, age of A is 55. Now 55 plus 20 is 75 and 75 plus 25 is 100. So correct answer of this question is option D, 100. Akhil borrowed 10,000 rupees from Sunil, who charges 5% per annum simple interest. So principal amount is 10,000. Rate of interest is 5% and this is compound and simple interest. If Akhil paid Sunil an amount which was twice the amount that he borrowed, basically what will be the amount that Sunil will pay? Sunil will pay principal plus interest to Akhil. Now it is given the amount that was paid was twice the amount that he borrowed. So the amount Sunil paid is P plus I and this is given as twice of P. That is the twice of the amount that he borrowed. The amount that he borrowed was principal amount. So Sunil is paying principal plus interest and that amount is equal to twice the principal amount. Now the value of interest is equal to P, that is interest is equal to principal amount. So if principal amount is 10,000 and the rate of interest is 5%, so the interest earned in 1 year will be P into R into T upon 100. This is the interest, total interest that is that has to be paid in T years, that is simple interest, and this value should be equal to P. So R into T should be equal to 100. Value of R is 5. Therefore, the value of T will be 100 upon 5, which is equal to 20. So 20 years is the time in which the Akhil will be getting the money from Sunil, which is twice the amount of money which he has borrowed, that is principal plus interest, where interest is also equal to principal. So correct answer is option D. Rahul, Chopra and Shashank worked together on the renovation of Mr. Patil's house. On the renovation of Mr. Patil's house, Rahul kept 20% of the total amount paid by Mr. Patil. So let us assume Patil, Mr. Patil, he is paying Rahul, Chopra and Shashank. So Rahul is keeping 20% of the total amount paid by Mr. Patil for himself. So if Mr. Patil paid rupees 100, Rahul is keeping 20% of it. Okay. And the remaining he gave 40% of the remaining amount. He gave 40% to Shashank. And the rest to Chopra. If Mr. Patil paid a total amount of 30,000, what is the amount received by Chopra? If Mr. Patil paid a total amount of 30,000, out of which 20% is kept by Rahul. 20% is kept by Rahul, that is 20% of 30,000. Now the remaining amount is 80% of 33,000. This amount is distributed between Chopra and Shashank, that is 80% of 33,000. Now of the remaining amount, this amount he gave 40% to Shashank. He gave 40% to Shashank. So 40% of this amount is given to Shashank. and the rest is paid to Chopra, and the rest is paid to Chopra. That is 60% of this amount. So what is the amount of money received by Chopra? The amount received by Chopra will be 80% of 30,000, of which 60%. So 80% of 33,000 is the total amount of money which was distributed between Chopra and Shashank, out of which Chopra received 60% of this amount. So into 60 upon 100. So two zeros will get cancelled. Again two zeros will get cancelled. So 80 into 33 into 6. 80 into 6 is 480 into 33. 480 into 33. So this value is equal to 15,840. So correct answer is 15,840. Option D is the correct answer. A two digit increased by 9 if its digits are interchanged. So first understand the two digit concept. So I can assume the two digits as AB. When digits are interchanged, these digits will become BA. Can I write AB as unit term and the 10th term? Unit digit and 10th digit. So this is unit digit at unit place, digit at unit place, digit at 10th place. So I can write this as 10A plus B. Can I write it as 10A plus B? Yes. If 22 is written, I can write 10 into 2 plus 2. If 32 is written, I can write 10 into 3 plus 2. This is what I have done here. I can write AB as 10A plus B. Similarly, I can write BA as 10B plus A. Now, the difference between these two digits, if the sum of the digits, if the digit increased by 9, if I interchange it, the difference between this number and this number is 9. The difference between the two numbers is given as 9. So 10b plus a minus 10a plus b. So if I subtract this, this will become 9 times b minus a, and this value is given as 9. Therefore b minus a should be equal to 1. B minus a should be equal to 1. Now the sum of the digits is given as 9. Therefore a plus b is equal to 9. Okay. If I add both, what I will get? If I add both, I will get b is equal to 5 and a is equal to 4. Therefore the original two digit number is AB. Original two digit number is AB, so this number will be equal to 45. So option D is the correct answer. Mega buys 10 laptops at 35,000 rupees each and sells 6 laptops at 36,000 rupees each. So the cost price of laptops is 35,000 each. So Mega purchased 10 laptops and cost price of each laptop is 35,000. Now she is selling at 6 laptop at 36,000. So what exactly she is doing? She is gaining rupees 1,000 from each laptop. So how many laptops she is trying to sell? She is selling 6 laptops. So from 6 laptops she is earning 6,000 of profit. Why? Because instead of 35,000, if I am selling at 36,000, for one laptop I am earning 1,000 rupees. So for 6 laptops I will get 6,000 rupees profit. Now the remaining 4 laptops are sold at 33,500. That means for each laptop I am getting a loss of 1,500. I am getting a loss of 1,500 because cost price is 35,000 and selling price is 30,500. The difference between selling price and cost price is minus 1,500. That is the loss on one laptop. I am selling 4 laptops. So I am getting a loss of 6,000 rupees. So in total 6,000 of profit and 6,000 of loss. So net profit is 0. Therefore the profit percentage for Mega will be 0%. Option B is the correct answer. In a mixture of 50 liters, 50 liters. The ratio of milk to water is given as 4:1. So 50 liter mixture is there of milk and water. The ratio of milk and water, the ratio of milk and water is given as 4:1. Therefore, what is the quantity of milk in the mixture? 40 liters. What is the quantity of water in the mixture? 10 liters. That is 40 plus 10 is 50. Now, what should be added to it to make the ratio 1:4? If I want to make the ratio from 4:1 to 1:4, clearly I can see that I need to add water, because right now the quantity of milk is more. If I again add the milk, the ratio will again increase from 4:1 to 5:1, 6:1 or 7:1. But I need to increase the volume. I need to add water such that the ratio will become 1:4. So I know that if milk is 40 liters, so I just need to add water. So if this one is corresponding to 40 liters of milk, therefore this 4 will correspond to 160 liters of water. So initially there was 10 liters of water, now the water is 160 liter. So 150 liters of water is added. When 150 liter of water is added, this ratio will become 1:4. Okay, so option A is the correct answer. So an article is sold for 25% profit. So had it been sold for rupees 50 less, the profit would have been 12.5%. So in this kind of question, when percentage was given, I can assume amount to be 100, but here amount is also given. So instead of assuming 100, what I will do, I will assume the cost price of the article is 100 N. The cost price of the article is 100 N. This is the cost price. Now this is sold for 25% profit. So selling price of that article will be 125 N, because 25% profit from the cost price 100 N will be 25 N, or profit of 25 N. So selling price will be 100 N plus 25 N, which is 125 N. Now if the selling price was 50 rupees less, if instead of 125 N the selling price was 125 N minus 50, the profit would have been 12.5%. That means this value should be equal to 100 N plus 12.5% of 100 N. Okay, so this value should be equal to 112.5 N. Why? Because initially the profit was 25%, but if the selling price was 50 rupees less, that is 125 N minus 50, the total profit would have been 12.5%. That is, the selling price would have been equal to 112.5 N. If I subtract this, I will get 12.5 N is equal to 50. Therefore, the value of N is 4. The value of N is 4. So find the cost price of the article. Find the cost price of the article. The cost price of the article is 100 N. So 100 into 4. 400 into 4 is 400. So correct answer is option C. If a train of length 300 meter is running with a speed of 180 km per hour. So this is a train of length 300 meter which is running at a speed of 180 km per hour. How long will it take to overtake a train of length 200 meters? So there is another train of 200 meters which is running at a speed of 90 km per hour. So how much time it will take? So assume that this is the train of 300 meters and this is the train of 200 meters. Suppose they are running in the same direction. They are running in the same direction. So for the train with the high speed, that is 180 km per hour, this is the train with the speed of 180 km per hour. So what will happen? It will overtake it and come here. So the total distance traveled by this train will be 300 plus 200, because this distance has to be covered. So this entire distance is 200 meter, and this distance, because this train is starting point is from here, so this point is traveling a distance of 200 plus 300. So total distance that has to be traveled is 500 meter. This is the total distance, 500 meters. Now, out of which, if both are moving in the same direction, we will apply the relative velocity concept, relative speed concept. So net speed of the train with higher speed will be 180 km per hour minus 90 km per hour. That is, net speed will be 180 minus 90. So I will assume this train is at rest and this train is moving at 180 minus 90. When they are moving in the same direction, we will take the difference of the speed. That is, 180 minus 90 is 90 km per hour. Or if I calculate in meter per second, it will be 90 into 5 by 18. If I want to convert kilometer per hour to meter per second, I will just multiply with 5 by 18. So this value will be 25 meter per second. Total distance that has to be traveled is 500 meter. The speed of the train is 25 meter per second. So total time taken will be 500 divided by 25, which is equal to 20 seconds. So correct answer is option B. A train which runs at 90 km per hour crosses a platform in 10 seconds. A man who runs at 9 km per hour crosses the platform in 50 seconds. What is the length of the train? So, can I find what is the length of the platform using this second statement? Yes, I can find. Because if a man is running on the platform and it takes him 50 seconds, if it takes him 50 seconds to cross the platform and the speed is 9 km per hour, so if I convert in meter per second, the speed will be 9 into 5 by 18, which is 2.5 meter per second. So in 50 seconds, the distance traveled by the man will be 2.5 into 50, which is 125 meters. The length of the platform is 125 meters. Now coming to the train is crossing the platform. If a train is crossing the platform, this is the train. If it is crossing the platform in 10 seconds, therefore the train has to cover a distance of 125 meter, that is platform distance and the length of the train. So I will assume the length of the train is L. So L plus 125 meter has to be covered in 10 seconds. Therefore, this is the total distance that has to be traveled by the train, L plus 125, where L is the length of the train, and the speed of the train is 90 km per hour. So speed into 5 by 18. I am just converting the speed in meter per second. So this speed in meter per second is the speed of the train, and this is moving for 10 seconds. So total distance traveled will be this. 18 5s are 90. So 5 5s are 25. 25 into 10 is 250. So length is L plus 125 is equal to 250. Therefore, the length of the train will be 125 meter. So platform is also 125 meter. Length of the train is also 125 meter. So correct answer of this question is option A. So the train will take 10 seconds to cross the platform if it is moving with a speed of 90 km per hour. Ajay runs 36 km in 4 hours and 30 minutes. What is the average speed? So average speed is basically total distance traveled upon total time taken, right? So in this question, Ajay is running 36 kilometers. So total distance traveled by Ajay is 36 kilometers, and the time taken by Ajay is The total distance traveled is 36 km and the total time taken by Ajay is 4 hours 30 minutes, or you can say 4.5 hours. 4.5 hours. So upon 4.5. So this value will give me the average speed in kilometer per hour. So this value is 8 kilometer per hour. 8 kilometer per hour. If I want to convert into meter per second, so what I will do, I will just multiply with 5 by 18. Whenever any speed is given in kilometer per hour, to convert into meter per second, I just multiply with 5 by 18. So this is 40 by 18 and this value is 2.22 meter per second. So option A is the correct answer. If 3 coins are tossed, what is the probability that at least 2 heads will occur? So first thing is, whenever 3 coins are tossed, so what are the possibility? Either it will be head or it will be tail, right? So it is a possibility that all the 3 heads will come. There is also possibility that 2 heads and 1 tail will come, or there is a possibility that 1 head and 2 tail will come, or there is also possibility that 3 tail will come. These are the possibilities of head and tail when 3 coins are tossed. All 3 coins can show 3 heads, or 2 heads and 1 tail, or 1 head or 2 tail, or all 3 tails. These are the possibilities. So it can be head, head, head. 2 heads and tail can be head, head, tail, or it can be head, tail, head, or tail, head, head. These are the 3 possibilities when 2 heads and 1 tail will come. Now coming for 1 head and 2 tail, it can be H, T, T, or T, H, T, or T, T, H. And when tail will come to T, 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 this is the possibility of the 3 coins. Either all 3 coins are having heads, 2 coins are having heads and 1 coin is tail, 2 coins are tail and 1 coin is head, and all 3 are tails. So how many cases are there? 3 plus 3, 6, 6, 7 and 8. There are 8 cases. Now, what is the probability that at least 2 heads occur? At least 2 heads. This will be counted because here there are 3 heads. This will also be counted because there are 2 heads. Here only 1 head is there, here no tail is there. Here no head is there. So this case is not valid, this case is not valid. So out of 8 cases, 4 cases are possible where at least 2 heads will come. So the probability will be number of favorable cases 3 plus 1. Favorable cases are 3 plus 1 and total cases are 8. So 4 by 8 is the correct answer. So probability will be 1 by 2 or 0.5. So option A is the correct answer. Taps A, B can fill the tank in 8 hours and 6 hours respectively. Tap C is attached at the bottom of the tank such that it empties the tank at a certain rate. If the given arrangement can fill the empty tank in 4 hours, how much time does tap C take to empty the full tank? So tap A is there which can fill the tank in 8 hours. Tap B is there which can fill the tank. A can fill the tank, B can fill the tank in 6 hours. And tap C is attached at the bottom. This is tap C, this is tap A, this is tap B. Now if A, B and C all 3 are working, if A is filling, B is filling, but C is emptying the tank, it will take 4 hours. So can I take LCM of 8, 6 and 4? Yes, I can take LCM. So what I will do, I will assume the quantity or the volume of the tank is 24 liters. Volume of the tank is 24 liters. Therefore, A can fill 3 liters in 1 hour. 3 liters in 1 hour, because it takes 8 hours to completely fill the tank. For B, it will be 4 liters per hour. 4 liters per hour. Therefore, if A, B and C all three are working and they are able to fill the tank in 4 hours, therefore in each hour 6 liter of the tank has to be filled. 6 liters of the tank has to be filled. Now A and B together can fill 7 liters. Therefore C is emptying the tank by 1 liter per hour. So C is emptying the tank by 1 liter per hour. So how much time C will take to empty the full tank? So full tank will be 24 liters. C is emptying the tank 1 liter per hour. So it will take 24 hours for tap C to empty the tank. So option B is the correct answer. So after two successive discounts of 50% and 20%, Akhil paid rupees 1200 for a jeans. What was the original marked price of the jeans? So let us assume the marked price of the jeans was 100, or let's say 100N. The marked price of the jeans was 100N. So after successive discounts of 50% and 20%, so the selling price is given as 1200. The selling price is given as 1200. So on marked price, first 50% is given. So 100 and pay 50% discount if it is given. What will be the price now? 50N. Again on 50N, 20% discount is done. 20% discount is done. That means now the price will again become 50N into 0.8. So it is 40N. So this 40N is equal to 1200. Mark price is there. I am giving two successive discount. So 50% ka discount. So I will get 50N. 50N pay 20% more discount. That is, I will get the price, the selling price to be 40N. So this 40N is equal to 1200. So the value of N is 30. What was the original mark price? The original mark price is 100N. So 100 into 30. So the price is 3000. So option D is the correct answer. In what ratio a type of rice at 8 rupees per kg should be mixed with another type of rice at rupees 13 per kg such that the mixture worth rupees 10 per kg? So there is one type of rice, type 1, which is rupees 8 per kg. Then there is another type of rice 2, which is rupees 13 per kg. Now they have to be mixed and the mixture price should be rupees 10 per kg. So we will use the alligation method. What happens in alligation method is we take the difference of 13 and 10. 13 and 10 is 3 and 10 and 8 is 2. So they should be mixed in a ratio of 3:2 to get the required mixture, the required mixture such that the mixture is worth at rupees 10 per kg. So option E is the correct answer, 3:2. I will explain you how it will work. In the alligation method, we write the first price, type 1 price, type 2 price, which is smaller value type 1, larger value type 2. When they are mixed in a certain ratio, the average price will come here, mixture price. Okay, so the average price will be average price of the mixture is given as 10 rupees per kg. So the ratio in which the mixtures, two mixtures should be mixed is 13 minus 10, that is 3, and 10 minus 8 is 2. So that is the ratio in which they should be mixed such that the average price of the mixture will be 10 rupees per kg. So option E is the correct answer. Two trains, one is 260 meter long and another is 140 meter long, are running in opposite direction. Okay, so this train is 260 meters long this is running in this direction, and there is another train which is running in this direction, which is 140 meter long on parallel lines. Speed of first is 77 km per hour, and the speed of second is 67 km per hour. So how long will it take to cross each other? Previously we discussed about the cases where both are moving in the same direction. Now they are moving in the opposite direction. So in opposite direction, what will happen is the distance, the total distance that has to be traveled is of the length of this train and the length of this train. Why? Because suppose this train has to first cross this train and this distance also. So this distance plus the length of this train distance. Suppose this train are here. So this train will cover this distance plus this distance. So total distance that has to be covered is 260 plus 140, which is 400 meters. 400 meters is the total distance that has to be traveled by one of the train, or you can say both the trains will cover 400 this distance. What we are doing is we are assuming the one train to be at rest. We are assuming one train to be at rest. So we will assume this train is not moving. So this speed will be transferred to this train. So 77 plus 67 is yes 144 kilometer per hour. What we did, when they are moving in the same direction, we subtract the relative speed. We subtract the speed and find the relative speed. When they are moving in opposite direction, we add up the speed. Because when they are moving in opposite direction, the relative speed is very high. The relative speed is added, right? So total speed will become 144 km per hour for this train. So this train has to cover a distance of 400 meter, and the speed is 144 km per hour. If I convert in meter per second, it will be 144 into 5 by 18. This is 40 km per hour. 40 meter per second, sorry, 40 meter per second. So to cover the distance of 400 meter, it will take 400 by 40, which is 10 seconds. So option A is the correct answer.
In this question, we are being told average of the 5 integers is 7. When 2 more numbers are added to this set, the average becomes 8. So initially there were 5 numbers. Average was 7. So total sum is 7 into 5 equals to 35. After adding 2 numbers, we are having 7 numbers, average is 8. So total sum is 8 into 7 equals to 56. So sum of the 2 integers added. Sum of the 2 integers added equals to 56 minus 35 equals to 14. 56 minus 30 equals to 21. Again, we are adding 2 numbers, so the average becomes 9. That means in 9 numbers, average is 9. So total sum will be 9 into 9, which is 81. So again, sum of the other 2 integers, this would be 81 minus 56, which is 25. So the sum of the 4 integers are 21 and 25. 46. 46 is the sum of the 4 integers. Since there are 4 integers, so average of them will be average of 4 integers. 46 by 4, which is 11.5. Right? 11.5. Option C is the right answer. Right? Average of 4 integers 11.5. Also, we would have directly subtracted 35 from 81. In that case also it would be 46. Then 46 by 4, it would have been 11.5.